Retro games ignite the vibe. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, see Sakkra spirit feeling free. Saturday morning tunes, chillin' with the moon. Pink scales glitter bright, grooving along all night. Sakkra streams the days away, retro lounge in a disco way. Feel the beat and sway, join us in the Twitch array. Chat lights up the screen, chill in the retro scene. Spread the love with style, stay a while, stay a while. Colorful pixels blaze, Twitch chat in a daze. Every move she makes, her love your spirit wakes. Sakkra streams the days away, retro love in a disco way. Feel the beat and sway. Step away from the stream, take a break. Time to stretch and take a stake. Stand up tall, let your body breathe. This moment's yours just to relieve. Grab a drink or have a snack. Treat yourself, there's no lack. Little moments make a day. Self-care's not far away. Take care of you. You only have one you. So take care of the you that you have. Yeah, take care of the you that you have. Step away from the glowing screen. Feel the world so crisp and clean. Take a breath, cherish the air. Every moment's time to spare. Sip some water, feel the flow. Let your mind be still and slow. Snack on joy, let's have a dance. Self-care, life's bright romance. Take care of you. You only have one you. So take care of the you that you have. Yeah, take care of the you that you have. As the break ends, we return to the street. Hope you got what you need, that you took care of the you that you have. As the break ends, we return to the stream. Hope you got what you need, that you took care of the you that you have. Take care of you. You only have one you. So take care of the you that you have. Yeah, take care of the you.
Broker, slow down.
The ads are over, rejoice. Hope you had a good break. No more ad time to take. Back to the game of choice.
Time for new rules.
Let's go, baby.
good morning, friends, or whatever time of day it is. I'm here with Necrokai's, and he's down under. It's 11 p.m. for him, 7 a.m. for me.
Hello.
Necro Keys. TTS is annoying.
How you doing, Saki?
I'm okay, running on less than 4 hours of sleep after a bad night the night before. So I'm wonderfully delirious.
Oh no. That's no good. Well, fortunately, it's only 10 p.m. here. I thought I had an extra hour, but it's 10. So yay.
Alright, a bit easier for you. But look, there's a timer. This is weird.
Yeah, so it's probably the pre-show or the pre-broadcast. I'll start the stream early and like wait an hour and then the show kicks in.
Oh, you'll want to watch it yourself, so you don't have to wait for my delay.
Sounds good.
So anyway, look at this. On top here, Bethesda Mainstream Day 1, 7 a.m.
And it's 7 a.m. where you are, and it's a pre-show.
Yeah,
Guess we
Will
can
were
talk
here.
about how bad Bethesda is getting their timing right.
And look at this. IG and
It's
Gamescom Studio.
a long stream. I thought Bethesda were also like big fans of
3 hours
mobile
anyway.
apps and mobile technology. So you think they get their times right?
I think we're just looking at naming inconsistency.
That too. Is this actually
Hey,
like a
G-Funk.
Bethesda game in development? Yo, G Funk.
Well, there's the new Doom, which looks amazing.
I am really hyped for the new Doom. I really like 2016, and I enjoyed Doom Eternal, but not as much as Doom 2016.
Ditto. I'm a big fan. There's also Elder Scrolls 6, but I doubt we'll see it till next year at the earliest.
I'd be surprised if we even saw Elder Scrolls 6 next year. I reckon it's still going to be a few years off before they're ready to actually start showing it off. Like, when was it? Was it like
I'm being optimistic
2018 or
here for a
2019 when they
2027
announced
release.
it? Optimistic for a 2027 release. That's very optimistic, I think. Yeah, so Elder
Chat
Scrolls
has a
6 was
question
announced
for you.
in 2018. So
Chat
2027 would be
has a question for
pretty
you from before you were
optimistic.
here. Do necro keys
Oh,
open
yeah.
necro locks?
Well, necro keys actually refers to piano keys, not like key lock keys. So maybe you'd have to show me what a necro lock looks like first.
Right person.
Thank you for the shout out. I have to say, like, a Marvel skin to Overwatch is probably the least exciting thing you could show me. Thanks, Bethesda.
Val's Dreadlock beats it. I played the beta a bit, can't stream it, but none of the characters visually appealed to me.
I haven't heard of Dreadlock. Is that similar to Overwatch, is it?
And none of the abilities called for me either. Yeah, it's technically unannounced. Val's Overwatch clone.
Yeah, I'm not great. I'm not great at those sorts of games. I played a little bit of Overwatch and I was terrible at it. I played a little bit of Valorant and I was really bad at that. And what's the other one? Apex Legends. Awful at that. I'll just stick to Destiny 2 where I'm slightly less awful.
I enjoyed Overwatch in the day. I was fine. Not great.
It's good. I got a few friends that are really into Overwatch, but I just can't get into it. I'm too old for all these new games now. Give me my PlayStation 2 and a retro console, and I'll be happy.
I'm really rusty in Destiny too. Still an expansion or two behind.
Ooh, I have an unhealthy amount of hours in that game. But I've been playing Destiny since the Destiny 1 beta. There was a couple years where I sort of fell off it, and then I sort of got back onto the train, and now whenever there's a new expansion, I probably play it for a good few months straight before I start getting bored of it again. Oh, now this I cannot wait for.
I never played Destiny when, as I consider if PS games on console, as Sakkra alleged.
Yeah, but if it's only on console and it's multiplayer, then it's okay. But when you mix console and PC, it gets a bit unfair.
That's true, but console gets healthy auto aim.
Yeah, well, it really needs to in order to compete. Otherwise, you just gonna have a lot of very unhappy console players. Plus, like the benefit of having a console as well is that you don't need to update it as much. PC technology tends to, you know, it tends to get better at a much faster rate, where consoles, you have at least a good, 8 to 10 years with it before it's, considered obsolete.
Also, speaking of indie, this looks so good, and no one knows Nazi punching better than machine games.
Oh yeah. I watched the proper trailer for this when Xbox did their game showcase earlier this year. And I'm pretty sure this is going to be a day one Games Pass title as well. So I will be pre-installing this. Got a release date too? No, it's just 2024. Damn.
December 9th, I think.
December 9th. Oh, I just Googled it. It just says 2024.
They announced it yesterday.
Ah, nice. I watched a bit of the opening night show while I was working today, but I kind of only skipped to like games that I thought looked interesting or that I hadn't heard of before.
Oh, Starship Troopers.
I love Starship Troopers as a franchise. I have a friend who hadn't seen Starship Troopers
What caught your
before.
interest yesterday?
Ooh. Let me see.
Earlier today? Whatever time.
There's a new game by Dotnod, but I can't think of the name of it. I'm trying to find like a list of what was announced. Um, Hang on.
Three different class types. The jetpack wearing assault class, a heavy class that can pull up a mobile
What
shield
was
to hold
there?
down an on bugs, and a support unit that can call
That's
up
loud.
I just realized there was no audio from the show.
Extermination features some solid shooting and team mechanics at work, including a helpful ping system.
Oh, on your stream.
Pro streamer.
More bugs and new variants appear, pushing the need for more.
You know what they say, you know to stream if you don't have audio problems.
The sheer scale of the onslaught
Mecha Break looked interesting. I'd like to try that out.
catch you off guard.
Um,
Fairly generous with the revives and respawns, allowing you and the squad to quickly get back into the action. On the surface, this setup is quite the norm.
and Lost Record Bloom and Rage.
Such as Warhammer 40,000 Darktide or the Left 4 Dead series. However, what Starship Troopers
They're probably the only two that are kind of like stuck out to me. Kingdom Come Deliverance I'd be interested in, but only after I actually play the first game.
I got into the beta of Mecha Break late in the beta run and missed my opportunity to play.
Oh, nuts. That sucks. It looks very hectic, like from the trailer. There was just lots and lots of stuff happening on the screen, so I'm kind of a little worried that with the amount of on-screen stuff happening, it might be a little bit overwhelming. But I've always been a big fan of like mecha stuff, so I'm kind of hopeful that it's not.
But as soon as I turned out, the rest of the base's defenses were already built up by the rest of the squad. My favorite moments from the preview session all came from the final sequences of each match, which focus on hunkering down to defend a derelict base and wait for evacuation. These blend the tower defense gameplay with intense close quarters action, balancing the need to repair structures while gunning down the bugs trying to get inside. The final push, no matter how
This Starship Troopers game actually looks like it'll be quite fun.
an exciting capper to each round. I really enjoyed the relentless nature of Starship Troopers Extermination, which captures the film's breakneck pace. At times,
Did you read the original novel by Heinlein?
made some battles feel a bit too
No, I haven't actually. I probably should one day, but the next thing on my like reading list is the Expanse books. That's going to take me a while to get through.
Access release puts the game in a great place to refine its mechanics and develop its overall tone and vibe. At launch, the game will have its core map and set of classes, with new content dropping within the first year. While it often spends time recreating those movie moments, which is what many film fans
It's
know,
very, very, very good. Rather short. Also almost nothing like the movie. Director never read the book either.
Check out the most recent trailer and
Yeah,
the world of video games, head on
but it was directed by what's his name? Paul, it's like Vanderhoven or something. He was the guy who also directed the original RoboCop, and his movies are just always like fun and over the top and just completely bombastic, and you just can't help but love them.
Welcome to Obsidian Entertainment. I'm so
It's a good
proud to
movie, just totally different.
action RPG Avowed.
Ah, I love that film. It's one of my favorite films from the 90s.
The edge of the known world,
Avowed.
where you
Yes.
put a stop to a mysterious spiritual plague and discover a secret at the heart of the living lands. At Obsidian, we love creating worlds with deep themes, dynamic gameplay, and thoughtful reactivity. And Avowed is no different. We set
I don't know enough about Avowed to know if I want to play it or not yet.
players a world and experience like no other. It's colorful, it's vibrant, it's
As
strange,
far as I
it's one of the
know,
most
for
immersive
most,
settings in the
making
world.
games in a triple is not
There's a lot
fun.
of great secrets to discover, one of which has a really personal connection to you as the player character, and you're going to have a great time getting to know those secrets and leaving your mark on the world.
It's a play on Skyrim? Okay, interesting.
Avowed is in the Pillars of Eternity world. That's enough for me.
And the depth and breadth of choice that you get with an
I never played Pillars of Eternity.
Here to talk more about Avowed's combat is Gabriel Paramo, gameplay director.
Here at Obsidian, our team's overarching goal is to empower you with choice. So we developed a flexible combat system that allows you to
Pillars
quickly
2
swap
is the
from
best
spellcasting
pirate
to
game
sharpshooting
ever.
to melee combat. We want to give you the freedom to mix and match your loadout.
The best pirate game ever. That's
Moment uninterrupted.
that's a big call.
A variety of weapons, attacks, and abilities for tactical advantages against a wide range of enemy types. It's
There's a
not
lot of
just
pirate
about
games out there.
making real-time decisions about
Sea of
how you
Thieves,
use your abilities,
Monkey Island,
powerful melee attacks,
Assassin's Creed 4,
parries,
Sid Meier's Pirates.
If you choose to approach combat with a one-handed wand, it feels quick and snappy when dealing damage to enemies at mid-range. Using the
It does kind of remind me a
Yeah,
little bit of
there's great ones.
opportunity to focus on weaker or tougher
The
enemies
Immortals of
in a
Avium,
controlled manner.
which was a
It's important to pay
fantastic
attention to the
game,
types of
but
enemies you're dealing with.
suffered from being released, I think, like in between
And others just make
Baldur's Gate 3 and another really big game, and just kind of went unheard of.
counters you will face. We provide customizable loadouts that can
Yeah,
quickly switch
first
from
person magic. I can
means you
see it.
play however you want. Equip a sword and shield and charge into battle. Dual
It's-
pistols
that
Sorry
game just
for
had
the
the best
echo.
characters and the best writing. It was so good.
to feel like a gunslinging mage. You could use your enchanted wand to freeze enemies, and then use your offhand weapon's power attack to shatter them.
Ooh.
We've worked hard to keep you constantly engaged as battles unfold by creating a balance between pressure and manageability during combat.
Players will have ample choices for how to build and progress their envoy in the world of the living lands as they get to know the game and the story and explore the many diverse regions. Some quests in Avowed will have you make difficult decisions with profound consequences, like this side quest.
Between Star Wars Outlaws, Indie, this, and a few others, I'm going to lose my retro streamer badge.
Bodies of these fallen soldiers, and as you explore
Now, the trick is just play one at a time
determine who, if anyone,
and keep all your other streams retro. That's what I do.
Four of us. Manu, Kiri, Naoki, and me. Training under Captain Ruiki. Trying to keep Thirdborn safe.
In other words, you're a gang of vigilantes. Not that I'm one to judge.
Here. Take my badge. Take everyone's. Our families deserve to know we fought and died for them.
making the
I
right
focus
choice
on
is
one
always
game
risky.
at a time,
We
so
embrace
I'm not
the
doing the
nuance
same
and
thing
grace,
forever.
trusting players to make tough decisions in complex
Yeah.
situations.
That helps. I've been playing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, and I think on average that game probably takes around 120 hours to beat, and right now I played it about 5 hours a week.
Those monsters alone.
but I have to know if anyone else made it out.
Gonna take a lot of streams to get through it.
He never has a thought he won't say out loud. So what did he tell you? That Captain Ruiki was sick? That I was paranoid? That I was a dumb baby? I heard it all often and loudly.
There was a controversy as this dude has a black voice.
What happened?
At the end of the quest, you have a choice. When you confront Private Naoki, if you believe the story he's told you,
We've seen this before.
and let him go back home.
You're right. Real battle isn't something you can prepare for, is it? It's not my fault.
Is that sort of like an accent thing?
Camped in the cave.
It's not something I can easily differentiate between from voice alone.
If you believe that he fled the site of the battle as an act of cowardice, then he might challenge you to a fight to reclaim his honor. Either way, when you return to town, you'll see the consequences of your actions.
Obvious African American voice actor.
Creating an immersive experience like
Oh, that's cool.
is anchored in the world we build. Art director Matt Hansen and the team have worked to create a unique, colorful, and dynamic visual style.
From the outset, we knew that we wanted Avowed setting to feel rich, weird, and wonderful. We found inspiration in a wide swath.
I have a feeling this game will either be
A
like
whitish character. Who cares if he's not human at all?
Contrasting the vibrant with the
incredibly
spaces with sickly ones.
amazing, or it's gonna end up sort of like games like Hogwarts Legacy, which had like a really like catchy opening and then just ends up being quite derivative and uninspired and repetitive.
Storied landscapes. All of the regions have a lot of special things associated with them, but I have a deep place in my heart for Shatterscarp. As you're wandering the wastes of Shatterscarp, you might notice off in the distance a vibrant jewel of color. By transitioning from destitute, muted tones of a wasteland of sand,
I love Obsidian. In recent history, Fallout New Vegas, Outer Worlds.
for adventure, and even a little danger.
Fallout New Vegas and Outer Worlds are stunning
Of course,
titles.
the Two Pillars games.
In the coming months, and we can't wait for you to explore the living lands when Avowed.
These people know story.
Definitely encouraging. I think this is going to be another Games Pass title, so at the very least I get the opportunity to try it out and see if I like it or not. Oh, that's coming out soon.
This is going to be, not huge, but a tighter world than Skyrim, much like Outer Wilds was.
Always hesitant to glowingly recommend an entire MMORPG expansion based on brief early alpha storyline play and not the sum of its content.
Avowed.
Dragonflight felt exceptional out of the gate, and it was. Largely thanks to the transformative new dragon riding mechanic and other major changes that shook off the dust from the widely panned Shadow
Hail
Warrior
Haggard.
expansion. Blizzard designed the Dragon Isles with bombast in mind, and my very early experiences zipping around them.
Hey, Haggard, how you doing?
A sense of increased scale and majesty that would carry throughout the entire expansion. Looking at the War Within's pre-alpha by comparison, I'm not quite as enraptured. I don't dislike it, to be clear. Largely, it just feels like more World of Warcraft, which is fine. And it's impossible at this stage to say if
I'm going to put out a controversial opinion here, and I am not a fan of World of Warcraft. I really, really did not enjoy that game.
I used to be.
We cannot let the world fall to darkness.
I only played... I never played it until Rosalie could convince me to try play WoW Classic with her and G-Funk. And I played a little bit, and like it's fun playing games with them, but it was just fetch quest after fetch quest after fetch quest after fetch quest, and I had no idea why I was doing anything, so I just gave up on it.
blow up Nerubian nests with kegs of explosive alcohol, you know, the usual stuff. The
Ah, I had less than 3 hours of sleep, so I'm not even woke up yet.
To be implemented in the early alpha build, but also it might be because the surface of Dorne itself is potentially the least exciting zone of the War Within. I wish I had incentive to explore more of it on foot, honestly, as I think I would have enjoyed it more, but having dynamic flying available right out of the gate means I spent a lot of time zooming from town to town and almost no time happily getting lost. I don't know. Dorne is fine, I guess. It's a greenish island with some mountains and caves and forests and dwarven architecture, and a good chunk of the space is given up to the new capital city, Dornegal. All of the biggest, most exciting backdrops that Blizzard has teased for the War Within are located deep underground in Khazalgar, the expansion's surprising new vertical, not horizontal series of zones. Blizzard has mentioned a massive Titan industrial complex, an ancient Nerubian city, and a subterranean cavern lit by a massive crystal sun. I want to go there. I also ran a dungeon, but
That's classic. If you started to reform played things evolved, it was good. Ah, okay.
I've ever seen. It wasn't bad. It was just fine. There's a fight where you have to jump into
Fair enough. I played a little bit of Final Fantasy XIV, and that one I did enjoy quite a lot, but I can't justify keeping the subscription up.
In time to write this preview, but given how much I liked Storm Stout Brewery in Mists of Pandaria, I expect it might have sparked a little more excitement. Delves, a brand new feature, were a bit more interesting. Aided by an NPC companion, you, and up to 4 others if you so choose, essentially do a mini dungeon focused on collecting treasure. Each delve I completed made use of a unique mechanic. A kobold-themed delve forced me to watch my steps in a health-sapping darkness so my candle wouldn't burn out, and a Nerubian-themed delve was covered in enemy-summoning spider webs. I like the principle of
The problem there as well was very good, very streamlined. Then every MMO wanted to be WoW. Even Star Wars Galaxies wanted to be WoW, and that failed miserably.
I was able to try got repetitive pretty fast, but I'm optimistic as to the possibilities.
That's kind
Good
of the
morning,
problem
Simon.
with games these days. You get something that does very well, and then everybody just wants to say, okay, well, this works, let's just do that.
Just yet that they're going to drastically transform gameplay. It's at least a nice, simple system. Level up, get talent points, put in talent tree, done. No grinds for artifact power, no corruption dice rolls, no farming soul ash every week. As a busy adult, that's
Morning, Simon.
I don't know if the long-term solution to World of Warcraft's need for continual character growth is to keep slapping more talent trees on top of talent trees, though. So I'm curious as to what the much longer-term plans for the system are. And as someone enamored with the idea of class fantasy, I can't help but long for a little more flavor for my elemental shaman. Sure, it's neat to summon little ghosties by using my most powerful spell, but is there more to it than just powering these ghosts up? Is this the upgrade I'm stuck with for the next 2 years? Will the totemic path be totally different and let me do some cool totem dropping play? There are still loads of questions we won't see answered until later in the alpha or even the beta. Patience. I probably sound a little down on the War Within.
Garchak Online was good, but I never got particularly far into it. I just always kept running out of time to sit down and actually play it properly. And then I'll uninstall it, and then I'll play it a few years later and end up doing the exact same thing I did last time.
I won't spoil, but you can see in the video footage, if you look closely, the inciting incident of this expansion is mad bonkers and has some wild implications. So I'm very, very interested to see where they take it. Second, toward the end of my demo, a quest seemed to suggest I needed to descend into Khazalgar to proceed, so I dove down on my dragon into the Coreway tunnels. A barrier prevented me from going further into the next zone.
SWG wasn't. It came out to years before WoW, but they tried to change it. Didn't work at all. Games that aren't WoW that came after, Eve,
I was zooming into gave me an overwhelming sense that the whole thing was about to open up into something huge. What that hugeness was, I never saw. But I love the idea of a vertical continent, and it makes me
that's all I got.
some neat ideas to give both Khazalgar and the War Within more depth.
Eve's a very pretty game, but again, it's something I never actually played.
For more, check out our previews of Hellblade 2 and the Rogue Prince of Persia. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
I played a very long time ago. It's a spreadsheet game.
Ah. Yeah, I don't think I'd enjoy that.
They actually have Excel built into these days.
Really?
Into Eve.
Oh, that's funny. I do like spreadsheets, but I don't think I'd enjoy a spreadsheet game.
I can't let this go. It could be the best
More indie.
history.
What you going to do, Indiana?
These artifacts have
Spam your hats.
something in the past. Boss believes they hold a kind of power.
I'm glad they're making an indie game and not another movie, because the last couple of movies were not fun.
Fresh air. We have to find the stones, Gina. Or they will. If you were to draw a line through these ancient sites around the globe, you'd get a perfectly aligned circle.
The Great Circle.
Exactly.
I intercepted the Morse code coming from the Himalayas.
Our boss is
I was playing Inferno Machine on break from it. It is very not good.
battleship. Yep.
I remember playing Infernal Machine. It's just like it kind of reminds me of Tomb Raider, but with even more janky controls.
Good morning, Ash.
What's that in his hands? What does it say?
Earth something. What was that?
We'd better hide.
Yeah,
one of the
it's
other
an
games
actual
that was
Tomb Raider
announced.
clone, down to the tank controls.
Yeah, one of the other games they announced that I just remember this, that I really want to play is the new Dark Pictures game from the guys that made Until Dawn and The Quarry. I think it's like Detective 2080 or something like that.
Where's the stone, you American rat?
What stone?
It would be so good.
Aha, that explains things. I like it.
Heights.
Yes. And I have it. I endured this.
I really enjoyed the Dark Picture anthology. I can't wait for the second season.
You narrow-minded Americans will never understand.
Netflix has been doing games for years now.
Devotion. Total and absolute devotion to the fatherland. You have no purpose. What you have is your stupid American cartoons. Choo-choo, choo-choo. Ha 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 ha. You laugh and dance, celebrating your own idiocy and drinking the piss you call beer. I will walk through fire for the devoted men of the Reich. Give me that stone. Now!
Can't give you what I don't have.
I shall search your corpse to make sure.
Please wait.
Give me the stone.
Gina.
You enjoyed watching other people play the Dark Pictures anthology? Enjoyed them all. Like they did come in varying degrees of good and not as good, but I still enjoyed all of them. I think some of them could have been a
As
little
for
bit shorter
Dark
though.
Pictures, I'm not a horror fan. I usually see plot twists coming, and it generally bores me. I prefer creepy atmospheric games, where it's not the focus.
Yeah, that makes sense. I enjoy the narrative horror games though, where you get different choices and different outcomes, and you can replay them to explore different pathways. Try for
System
the
Shock 2 was so
get
good
everyone
at it.
to survive
Fear
or
is a
everyone
game
to
one
die
play
out.
yearly.
I haven't played Fear since it first came out. I need to replay that. If you want scary atmosphere though, like definitely like Callisto Protocol or even the Dead Space games, especially the first one. They do atmosphere very, very well.
Yeah, I play the Dead Space remake.
Same. I loved it.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
And I think Callisto Protocol is free on Epic Games from tomorrow. Or 2 days for the US.
In a good spot, we can get things set up and ready to go. And then we can get started. This is gonna be great.
You bet.
Dead Space actually started life as a System Shock 3 attempt.
Really? I didn't know that. That's interesting.
It really shows when playing it. Saw it so much in the remake.
I've never heard of a Karatnoth herd this big before. One of them's got big
I've played System Shock 2 many, many years ago, and I have the remake of System Shock 1, which I still need to play.
SS1 remake is phenomenal.
Yeah, I
That
saw
is correct,
Cody
Simon.
Pong play it. Very good. Kind of better than the Dead Space remake because it wasn't the same thing. Yeah, I get that. The combat in Callisto Protocol was very interesting as well. Took me a little while to get the hang of that.
A remake is inherently the same thing in a slightly new package.
Trying to think of like
M3.
trying to think of an example where a remake hasn't been as good as the original. I'm racking my brain. I can't think of any.
I've selected you as a lead hunter for this expedition.
Thank you, sir.
A good question. I'll think on it. So, Monster Hunter, I like the idea more than I have the games themselves.
I have never played a Monster Hunter game, but I did watch the movie with Mila Jovovich. Oh yeah, that's one. So, didn't a lot of people say the Metal Gear Solid remake was
Oh.
not so good?
Bethesda Xbox stuff is on Bethesda's channel.
Have you been watching the wrong channel?
Yes, yes, we have. We'll watch this then swap over to MS.
Alrighty. Well, I'll have both of them open anyway.
There's nothing quite like the moment.
So did you end up playing
Civilization game for the first time.
the new Bethesda game Starfield? Have you played that?
I came away with a pretty positive outlook on Civilization 7. It's a more daring, risky take on the formula than any of the past.
Gamescom main show. Turns out I've been watching the wrong stream. But it's still good.
And are still quite playable. From ages that completely transform your chosen civ to a bold, readable, but grounded new art style, Firaxis is already putting their best foot forward. The historical 4X space has gotten a lot more crowded since Civ 6, and it seems apparent that Firaxis has been paying attention to what others
I played and beat Starfield, mostly charged through the main plot, which is, chances are in Bethesda tradition, the worst part of the game.
playing a single civilization for your entire campaign.
I'm about an hour and a half into the game. I started
Civ
that the week
7
it
is
came
my
out and
big
haven't
game.
touched
It
it
looks
since.
amazing.
The devs were quick to point out that ages aren't exactly equivalent to eras in past Civ games, since they're quite a bit longer and more distinct.
Okay.
By turn 125 on standard speed,
Civ 7's your big game. I am really bad at Civ games. I think I'm just not a fan of 4X games in general.
you'll pick a new Civ to play for each age, with its own bonuses, units, and map graphics. The thing that will stay with you is your initial choice.
For X is in my blood.
The avatar for your entire campaign that comes with their own set of permanent bonuses.
If I ever need to do a 4X stream, Sakkra, you can play it for me.
You won't see Hatshepsut in a pantsuit in modern times.
Haha, sure.
They're all civilization agnostic. Hatshepsut's bonuses synergize well with those of ancient Egypt, so you'll have some incentive to match a leader to their historical civ if you're min-maxing, but you can...
My name comes from a 4X, Master of Orion.
After all, you might be finishing the campaign as the United States, so there will be some mixing and matching regardless.
Sed tandem aedificabo marmoriam urbem ubi ante alateres.
Firaxis is also taking the opportunity to include some leaders.
Sakkra is a lizard species in it.
Political figures this time, so we don't end up with just the exact same cast we've seen over and over again. Ben Franklin was specifically called out, though I didn't get to see him fully animated in 3D yet.
When falls the Colosseum, Rome shall fall.
What isn't totally agnostic is your choice of a new civ in the coming age, addressing one of my gripes with humankind, that you could go from Celts to Chinese with little or no narrative content.
Yeah, I think the last sort of space sim game I played, or the closest thing to a 4X, is Imperium Galactica 2.
Alpha
And I haven't
Centauri
played
is
that
so
in like
good.
20 years.
Earn access to certain later age civs that are
Oh wow, that's a gem.
For example, cultivating several horse resources in antiquity can allow you to become the Mongols for the exploration age.
I found it on GOG recently. I should get it.
Starting as Rome, then becoming the Normans, and finally ending as England.
हम अशोक ही संसार के मध्य बिंदु के एगो महान राजा
Transitioning between ages will come with a period of crisis, and I got to see just the beginning of one of them for Antiquity, which was called The Rising Storm. Depicting the fall of the great empires of old, it required me to take one...
This is very inspired by humankind,
Civ 6's Dark Ages, where all of them were bad, so it was...
which is cool to see.
...your poison moment. At the same time, new groups of independent people who have completely replaced barbarians and city-states, but can act like either one depending on what state of development they're in, and can be dealt with militarily or diplomatically, started spawning around my hinterlands. Transitioning to a new age doesn't only give you new mechanical bonuses, though. Lead designer Ed Beach used the city of London as an example of how you build cities in Civ 7. Comparing maps of Roman London to medieval London, very little of the former city is left standing. And the same is true if you compare medieval London to modern London. New civilizations are built over the ruins of the past. And through a concept called overbuilding, that's literally what we'll be doing in the later ages of Civ 7. Cities are still sprawled across multiple tiles like in Civ 6, but there are now only two types of districts, urban and rural. Urban districts can hold up
It's a lot of Phil Spencer in my ear.
Antiquity, increasing over time, and might gain special meta attributes based on what you build there. For Egypt, I was able to establish a unique funerary district by building both of their Civ unique buildings in the same place. So unlike Civ 6, a science district...
So this is Civ 7, isn't it?
...that is going to start out being focused entirely on science. It's just an urban district that you have chosen to specialize towards science with synergistic buildings.
Preparing the lands for new growth. Here, Egypt will compel the world to behold the wonders it works.
Rural districts are more or less what used to be called tile improvements. Remember builders? They're gone.
Very much so.
Around between tiles? Also gone. Instead, what now happens is when you would gain a new citizen through population growth, you immediately are prompted to plop down a new district, which will be empty if it's urban. You still need to spend production on city buildings. Or possibly add a specialist to an existing district if you've unlocked the civics for it. In the build I played, you could only place districts adjacent to existing ones, which on the one hand creates tighter and more believable urban cores. I didn't really think this restriction made sense for
A very long time ago. Yes, it's on my list for stream eventually.
The look of outlying farms and mines spread around my city center, I think, creates a really nice scene. And the way it is currently, you can't really save room for future urban sprawl, so I ended up with kind of a weird-looking checkerboard of urban and rural, which doesn't feel especially authentic. Settling new cities also now starts them out as a town, which doesn't have a production queue and instead turns all of its production into gold. You can still buy things directly in a town with gold, and the cost of upgrading it to a full city will be reduced by how much you've built it up this way already. I found this to be a nice option for expansion, since I don't really like managing 15 different production queues. Overall, Civ 7 looks great so far. Civ 6's art style was, shall we say, divisive, and I was more on the negative side for sure. All these years later, I still think Civ 5 looks better than its direct successor. Civ 7 has taken another stylized but much more grounded and tactile approach.
Civ 6 looks fine, other than hills.
Painted miniatures, model trains, dioramas, and museum displays.
Is Civ 6 the space one?
I use a specific mod for hills in Civ 6.
These little guys up to get a closer look at them.
I protect thee with this flame.
It's the first Civ game in a while that really feels current gen in a visual.
Civ 6 is just Civ 6. I've played one of them. I just remember it's the space one.
Isolated peaks than the nice, realistic, sprawling ranges you'd get in previous games, but that's my only graphics gripe so far. The leaders, continuing on the tradition of Civ 6, are rendered with tons of detail and personality.
That was Beyond Earth, which was little more than a space-themed Civ 5 mod that is a pale shadow of Alpha Centauri.
I see.
Thematic screen, both of the negotiating leaders are now shown interacting, which adds a nice bit of dramatic flair. Diplomacy has also been
It felt so low effort.
Civ 6. Influence is now a baseline currency produced by certain buildings.
In terms of design or just to play it?
Another Civ. Firaxis wants to reduce the emphasis on transactional
Design.
type diplomacy. So every time you do something diplomatically, it's more of a specific jab or handshake that you're engaging in. Influence also has a fairly low cap and is use it or lose it, encouraging you
Playing it just felt CIV5 in space.
One really interesting example.
I'll have to try a proper Civ game one day when I have the time for it.
Which would cause my relationship with my BFF Augustus to deteriorate unless I spent an even larger ante of influence to counter it. This presents some diabolical ways you can play other civs against each other, and a reason to keep some influence in the bank. The other really great twist with influence is that you can spend it during a war to increase your side's war support, which works kind of like a diplomatic tug of war. If one
They're
side
about to start.
invests a lot more influence than the other into war support, the side with less will suffer scaling penalties to combat effectiveness and happiness in their cities. So diplomacy is...
We're counting down to a Gamescom presentation.
Okay, we'll swap. Love Civ.
Gamescom has begun.
Herzlich willkommen hier aus Köln. Welcome
I'm a big Forza Horizon fan.
Xbox Game Studios, Activision, Blizzard, and Bethesda are coming
They're
together
so
for
pretty, the Horizon game, so the Forza games. I'm just really bad at them. I'm really bad at all the games you like to play, Sakkra.
the more than 50 titles on display.
I'm bad at them, but they are fun.
Xbox the best place for gaming. And to do all that, we've assembled an international squad because with this many titles, we need reinforcements.
That's right, Lena. You need a crack team of gamers willing to play and properly fan out over the latest titles. It's a tough job, but somebody has to do it.
So get yourself ready for some interviews, live gameplay, and some big announcements across Xbox consoles, PC, and cloud, plus all the latest titles from Game Pass and PC Game Pass.
You know, in fact, Henry, we've already seen the
I
brand new
wasn't paying
game reveal
attention.
for
A
Forza
froze.
Horizon 5,
Easy win.
Hide and Seek at the top of the show. And remember, that launches on September 10th on Forza Horizon 5.
But first, it's over to Charlie.
To help kick off our show, we've got some very familiar faces
I
here
wonder
with
if they're
us.
actually going to show anything new.
Thank you so much for joining us today. First question, how does it feel to be here at Xbox's Gamescom presence?
It is so much energy here. It's been fantastic to see the fans, to be part of opening live last night.
LOL.
To see their
Hate when
reaction.
Twitch does that.
This booth, and I have no idea why we're calling it a booth, because it's not a booth. It's an entire wonderland.
It really is. It's an underestimation calling it a booth, right?
With experiences, with games that you can play, things you can see, incredible photo opportunities is fantastic. So to see folks pouring in and experiencing it. And it reminds you of what makes this industry special, which is all about celebrating
I have
games,
no
the joy
idea
they
what
bring,
we'll
and the
see.
people who make them.
It's for us our first Gamescom with Activision,
Yeah.
Blizzard,
Bethesda, Xbox all here together. So there's definitely something special. All the teams have gotten together, and I think there's just such great representation. I'll also say the industry has gone through a lot of transition with our shows, and seeing Gamescom as strong as ever with fans, consumers coming in, all the creators that are here, strength across Europe. Like, we need more of this in the industry. I'm glad we're here supporting. And it's just awesome to see how
That just feels like it's
show up.
replacing E3.
every year. We love
It's
to see
Uncle
it.
Phil himself.
Before we come to the booth, though, I actually want to talk. I saw you both were at opening night live yesterday, and there were some pretty amazing reveals and news in there.
I heard with Games Pass they're changing the day one release access to just to Ultimate, and if you have the standard subscription, you have to wait a year before they release the new day one games to Games Pass.
It was really cool to see Game Pass titles in the show. I think
E3 is dead. Summer Game Show replaced that.
in the show. We just have a fantastic lineup. But I was especially excited to announce that Genshin Impact is coming to Xbox.
Yeah, that's my one.
There's some pretty cool Game Pass rewards that are going to be part of that.
Oh no, not Genshin.
There's going to be full cross progression, and it's also going to be on cloud. So that one was a real highlight for me because I know so many fans are excited to
As
enjoy
for
that.
Game Pass, it's not been said a year, but just not at the same time.
And you have to be really brave to come to a show maybe before you're
The article I read specifically said a year, but that was one article. I haven't fact checked it.
Also, PC Game Pass is unaffected.
Smaller games, things we've heard of, seen, things we hadn't heard of. I also have to say Genshin, we got to meet with the MiHoYo team earlier in the day, and they had such excitement for their announcement, and it was nice to be able to support that.
Oh, fantastic. And obviously we can't talk about opening night live. We saw some
I started Genshin Impact when it first released on PC back during lockdown, and it was an unfinished game.
I didn't get past the intro.
I mean, I'll start just saying.
Oh, I did. It had 0 end-game activities, and like the entire premise of the game is spend money on currency to gamble on the chance of getting a particular character with a very, very shitty drop rate.
We'd watch. I think at Showcase, I might have said, from our learning, we're going to do more. What I see when I look is our franchises are getting stronger. Our Xbox console players are as high this year as they've ever been.
Amazing.
So I look at it and I say, okay, our player numbers are going up for the console platform. Our franchises are as strong as they've ever been. And we run a business. Like, it's definitely true inside of Microsoft. The bar is high for us in terms of the delivery that we have to give back to the company, because we get a level of support from the company that's just amazing in what we're able to go do. So I look at this, how can we make our games as strong as possible? Our platform continues to grow, both on
So Game Pass Ultimate players will continue to see brand new experiences launch at the service on day one. Those who subscribe to the standard tier will wait up to 12 months to see the same title arrive.
And I think that us as fans, as players of games, we just have to anticipate there's going to be more.
Microsoft first revealed standard in July as an option without day one releases.
That's going to change. That's going to change for all of us. But the end result has to be
I
better
forgot to
games that
post
more
my
people can
going
play.
live
If we're not
spam.
focused on that, I think we're focused on the wrong things. So for us as Xbox, health of Xbox, health of our platform, and our growing games, most important things.
Oh, that sounds perfect. Lovely. Now back to the booth. I saw you both walking around earlier before you joined me up here, sneaking some pictures with devs at Frontier, Sega, and GSC Game World. So I want to know, Sarah, specifically what it's like to be working with our partners here in Europe, and what kind of evolution we can see from these partners in the future.
I'm glad that there's more Sega titles on Xbox, though. I'd be interested to see what Sega's going to release on the platform.
Actively building games.
It's a lot of emails.
I know, it is a lot of emails for Xbox, PC, and console and cloud today. We've got over 20 of them here with us, here in the booth. And it's just been great to walk around, to see what they're doing. 2 Point Museum for Sega Europe. We've got the Stalker 2 team, GSC Game World, back with us. Supporting them over the last couple of years has been a real highlight. So to get to be able to play their game again here is fantastic. We just walked over and checked out Winterboro, which
Oh,
is
the
a
little
very,
mouse
very
game.
special.
Oh, they look so cute. I'm very excited for that one.
And so it's great to be able to grow here with the partners that we have in Europe.
Amazing. And it also comes, as well as the amazing support you've got for local devs, is there's such a
I had
huge
been up
player
for
base
like
here in
20
Europe as well.
minutes when I went live
special stuff
and
you've
did
seen
not
from us
have
over
much
here?
sleep.
I mean, Europe's always been really important to Xbox. It used to be we treated this almost solely as a PC show. Well, I'm old enough that I remember we used to kind of take E3 and just show it again. Like this was back when we didn't really treat games.
I would love a new Crazy Taxi, but is it a new Crazy Taxi they're releasing, or was it just like a remaster of the original? Because remember Sega was just going to remaster a bunch of their old games.
So the most important thing for us is to show local support for creators, to put games in the hands of people. One thing
They
that's
have
great
new
about
versions,
GameStop is you can
sequels
come
of
and
a
you can
ton
play
of
the games.
Sega titles.
You can feel what it's like to play Stalker or Vessel of Hatred from Diablo. Like you get your chance here. And I think that's something
That's
special about
exciting.
this show, and it's so accessible
Sega released some of my
I
favorite
just love that we
games.
support it the way we do.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the sheer scale that it demands, as well as you were saying earlier, Sarah, absolutely.
With our
love
little
it.
city here. that we
Yeah,
have.
the little city that we're building. We're the mayors. So I want to speak a little bit more on hardware, as we've gone over it a couple of times here. Since I've not spoken to you since the showcase at all, which is criminal in and of itself. But we saw the 3 new options for the Xbox Series X and S. So I was wondering if there's a little bit more information we can share about that.
Well, pre-orders are starting today.
Yes, Sarah.
All
Yeah,
right,
they did.
get yours in. We're launching on October 15th in
Nice.
select markets, and we also have some very cool accessibility options, which we're going to be talking more about later today. And for holiday and the rest of this year, some very cool console wraps that you can get to.
So
adorn
this
your
new
console.
Xbox is just a
Sorted then. Thank you very much. So,
bigger hard drive space. They actually change anything
coming
else?
just in time for Call of Duty Black Ops 6, which is amazing.
Yeah,
Cannot wait for
looked
that.
so good last night in the show.
Yeah. Oh my
Fantastic.
goodness me, it was just
the campaign
silence.
from Raven. I thought was just awesome.
Oh, absolutely fantastic. Talking of games, I do want to know though, what are you going to be playing? Is there anything you've got your eye on? Last year we spoke about Brotato,
yeah.
and I wanted to give you an update and everyone at home that I have now 100%ed Little Kitty Big City, and it is quite possibly the greatest game of all time. But yeah, is there anything on your backlog that you need to catch up on, or anything coming up soon you want to dive into?
For what? There's not been an Xbox
making the
refresh.
backlog extraordinarily long.
Unforgivable.
And it's getting even better this year, both on console and PCs. We've got Aura coming. We have Age of Mythology. Flight
So it's just
says storage
expanded hard
upgrades for now.
drive.
Black Ops 6, of course. Indiana Jones, Stalker 2.
Apparently, it's cheaper to buy the original Series X and the extra 1 gig expansion than just to buy the console with the 2
But
terabytes.
I would say, from a personal perspective, super excited for Diablo 4, especially because my father is probably the biggest Diablo fan. So Vessel of Hatred and that coming up. Yeah, the fact that Vessel of Hatred is
Air
coming
looks
up is pretty
amazing.
big,
Another for X.
in their world. And then I am excited to play Genshin Impact on Xbox, and particularly to check it out over the cloud.
Yeah, very good. We'll have to duo for that one. That sounds grand. Yeah. Love it. Perfect. Phil, anything for you?
Well, P3 on Xbox Live, people can see what I'm playing. A lot of Diablo 4 right now. My rapid fire rogue is L100. All my glyphs to 21. Having a good time with that. I mean, I just love the game, playing with my friends. Path of the Goddess, Kinisugami. Like our partners at Capcom doing new IP. It was awesome to be able to partner with them and something in Game Pass. As they're investing in new, like we can actually come in.
Being a CEO of Xbox, what does
Phil
he
is a
find
real
time
gamer.
to?
He has thousands of hours in Destiny 2.
Just a really, really fun game. Some old school kind of tower defense.
At least
I love
1,000.
that. One of the things I get to do every month is I go through the ID selects with the team, and we vote internally on games from different ID developers. Daydreams is a game I'm really liking. A little boy and his toy teddy bear, and kind of a single player type co-op game. It's fun. I think a couple months ago, High Water was a game that's really good. Like I love when I get a list of games from creators and teams I haven't seen before, and get to dive in. I think there's like 15 of them. I play them.
You reckon Phil Spencer just leaves his Xbox running with the game on in order to add hours to like the games that he plays?
Kind of new things and things that have been around for a while. Oh, and I'm here, so I'm not doing it. My my buggy in Starfield. I'm looking forward. I've been asking for Todd for vehicles. Come on, Todd. I want vehicles in this game. I'm tired of walking around this planet. And I thought the trailer for that looked really good last night. So I can't wait to drive around planets and Starfield.
Wonderful. And talking of driving, I'm personally, if anyone's wondering, super excited. Forza Horizon 5 is over there.
Just one soul.
I cannot put down. Absolutely adore it. So if they've got something new cooking, I desperately need to see
New gameplay mode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So excited. Well, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for the chat. Please enjoy getting your hands on our lovely city we've got here. But I'm going to speak to these guys here because if, like me, you've been eyeing up those new consoles, then buckle up because we want to help you win one. Now, over to Bex with more information.
Well, thanks, Charlie. So not only are these honeys available for pre-order right now, anyone watching the
The Forza Horizon studio also is the place behind the new Fable.
1 terabyte Xbox Series X all digital edition, by the way. The 1 terabyte Xbox Series S, both enrolled.
I really like the color of the new Series X. The Galaxy Black.
To twitch.tv/Xbox, check out the rules and all the info in the chat. And best of all, good luck. So, next up, we saw Forza Horizon 5's new gameplay mode reveal at the top of the show, the hide and seek. We are now going to look at some new wheels that have been inspired by Dallas
That's a
Maverick
Series
star
S.
Luka Doncic, and best of all,
I reckon the Series S looks more like
so let's have a look.
That's a
like
bit.
a little DJ's equipment. He's gonna put a record on it and scratch it.
Hello, everyone. It is an honor to be here at Gamescom, representing
The Series S was a bit of a joke. It has no disk tray and only 512 gig of storage space.
the demo for the Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred expansion. We are also excited to be speaking with our global community here on the Xbox broadcast over the coming days. During opening
It's a streaming machine and has sold far better than Series 10.
particularly for World of Warcraft, the most ambitious creative endeavor for the team since the game's initial release.
Oh, like it
20 years
works,
ago,
but
against tomorrow, with
you
early
could put
access
2
to
games on it and
our
run out of
latest
space.
expansion, The War Within. And tomorrow, Senior Game Director Ian Hazakostas and Associate Art Director Tina Wang will be sharing more about
Yes.
the team's work on the expansion and the role it will play in the 3-part World Soul Saga. Last night, we also gave an overview of some new features coming to Diablo 4, Vessel of Hatred. And we know you have a lot of questions. So Diablo General Manager Rod Ferguson will be getting into the details of the new features coming with this expansion, and we'll share more about what's coming to Diablo Immortal. We're so excited to be here at Gamescom with Xbox and with all of you. Gaming is at its very best when we share our experiences, and on behalf of everyone at Blizzard, thank you for being a part of our legendary worlds alongside us. Now, before I go, I want to leave you with a parting gift from the Overwatch team. The origin story for our latest hero, Juno.
You can stream Series SX games on the One X. Oh. But you probably can if you're using the cloud. But I can also do that directly from my Samsung TV.
Flight, we're wondering why you haven't fired primary boosters yet. All systems appear optimal.
I just need a minute. It is so hard to say goodbye to the only home I've ever known.
I understand, but the colony isn't safe anymore, and our window of opportunity is closing. So let's get you on your way to your new home.
Next stop, Earth. Initiating boosters. In
The animation's so pretty.
I'm going to find a way to save you. All of you. I think I see the problem.
Copy that. Don't panic. You're okay.
I am definitely not okay. Why did I think I could do this?
Juno, I believe in you. You've trained for this kind of thing your whole life. You have all the tools you need.
Okay. All right. I have all the tools I need. Control. Problem solved.
Hear that? We're all so proud of you. I want you to live a long, happy life on Earth, sweetheart. Always remember, I love you.
I love you too, Mom. Okay, Earth. Here I come.
Attention, unknown craft. Halt your approach and identify yourself.
It is too late to halt. I'm coming in very hot. Who is this?
This is Overwatch. I am tracking your trajectory and will have someone meet you. For my records, where did you come from?
I am from Mars, and my name is Juno.
So is this just all for a brand new Overwatch character?
It's one of the fastest selling games in Blizzard's history, and it just made headlines again at last night's opening night live. And here to give us an exclusive look at Diablo 4's newest expansion, please welcome General Manager Rod Ferguson, Systems
They do
Designer,
that periodically.
Lead Game Designer Rex Dixon. Welcome, guys, to Gamescom.
Thank you for having us.
Great to
That was a really pretty animation.
Now, for those of the people out there that might have missed
And it was for
what happened last
Overwatch.
night, why don't you clue us in? What exactly did you
LOL.
just do?
Yeah, well, last night was exciting. So our game director for their Vessel of Hatred.
This is why I have
Brian Gibson,
trust
got on
issues,
stage and he talked about
Microsoft.
Something that we've been going even deeper on the expansion. You know, we've talked about the Spiritborn, the class. We've talked about the new zone, Nahantu. Talked about the new story campaign. But we're like, there's even more in the expansion than that. And so we really want to get into like different ways that people want to play the game. And so we introduced the Undercity of Kuras, which is our new dungeon, which Rex will talk about. We have our
I bet
new
that
Dark
was in the
Descent, which is a
pipeline when they were
multiplayer co-op.
bought.
The big thing was our trailer last night for our Mercenaries.
It kind of feels like they're just sort of ripping off how Nintendo would showcase new characters for Super Smash Brothers.
Mercenaries seems really interesting. You showed off like
At least those were entertaining.
characters. I mean, introduce us to them. Who are these people? Why did it feel like the right time to bring it in now? And how do you hope players are going to engage with the Mercenaries?
I mean,
So I
Team
think,
Fortress
the
did it.
franchise has a legacy of, followers and mercs.
Okay.
So we wanted to really reimagine that formula. And so we added this feature called Mercenaries to the game.
It's not a
There's
new
4
thing.
mercenaries that you can recruit. One is Rahir, one is Variana, Subo, and Aldkin, the Demon Child, which everyone got very excited about at the show the other night. And so there's a lot of depth in Mercenaries. So you'll meet Rahir in the campaign. He'll introduce you to this hideout called the Merc Den. And within the Merc Den, you can find these quests. You have to go on these story-based quests to actually acquire the Merc in order for them to party with you. So each Merc has his own backstory, his own personality. And then once you acquire them, you can bring them into your party with you. And essentially it facilitates a way that solo players never have to feel like they're alone again. 'Cause
They
now have
invented
their friends,
ladder
partners,
wars
and
last year.
adventure with them. And so one of the ways that you progress your merc is you have each merc has their own skill tree, and you can sort of pick and choose
In
which
Diablo
skills you want
4.
them to have. And it's a really nice way to complement your build. So whatever build you're trying to go with, you can have the merc set up so there's
Diablo's another one of those games I didn't play.
Have you heard about ladder wars? Diablo 4 has ladder wars. It's really neat.
The more they can sort of give you more benefits and they can kind of grow in power. And so once you go back to the Merc Den, you can actually get custom rewards that you can only get by progressing your Merc, building up that rapport.
Have you seen ladder wars before? I think not.
So I'm going to have to be best friends with a demon child if I want to see the good stuff.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm in.
And then this last feature we have is called reinforcements, where let's say you don't want to have a Merc in your party all the time. You can actually say, when I use this skill...
I don't think there's been a Blizzard game that I've genuinely enjoyed since StarCraft 2.
Perform an action and jump back out again.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of depth, a lot of fun, and some great storytelling in the Mercs feature.
Just to check, so Mercs, you can equip one at a time.
I'll find that clip if I can and post it on Discord later today.
Which one works best for you.
Correct, and you can mix and match your combos, so you can have two Mercs, and one is your main Merc and one is your reinforcement.
Oh.
And if you're in a party, the party leader can bring a Merc with them.
Sick.
Yeah.
So 5 things happening, because there wasn't enough on screen already.
I agree.
Yeah, great. Well, have you got any particular favorite Mercs that you like playing alongside?
For me personally, Rahir, because Rahir's a dad, and his daughter is introduced in the campaign flow.
Oh.
And so I kind of like associate myself with him because I'm a dad as well. I got 2 boys.
Right.
But also, like, I have a problem when
I feel by not playing the Diablo games, I'm missing out on some kind of important context, because I have no idea what this guy's talking about.
Which actually increases your armor, increases your defensive buffs. And so I actually rely on that to stay alive when I'm playing the game.
Nice. Aislinn, how about yourself?
Yeah, I absolutely love Varyana. She's just totally wild. She's a butcher who's also a former cannibal, which is just crazy.
Yeah.
And I love playing aggressively. You know, I love building momentum and moving forward.
Yeah, I never finished the Zerg
Best Blizzard
expansion
game
for
in
StarCraft
recent years
2.
is Diablo to Resurrected. Worthless Warcraft Remastered.
And that explosive power, and the fact that it has the sort of the 2 sides, the human side and the demon side, is really cool to sort of complement the the variety on the battlefield.
Well, you said that D4 campaign was great? Okay. It's on Games Pass, so I'll probably be able to play it one day.
Exactly. Thank you. Well, that sounds like a lot of fun, but now, as promised, why don't we cover some behind-the-scene looks?
But people keep releasing games with giant mechas in them, and I find that way much more interesting.
In Vessel of Hatred, we travel south to Nahantu, a region with both deep ancient jungles and vast sprawling plains. It's the last stretch of land in Sanctuary's eastern continent, and we've packed it full of experiences for every type of player. In this expansion, there's a whole lot to explore under the dark canopy of Nahantu.
Nahantu is the southernmost.
I need to play Armored Core 1 through 5.
That Diablo 4 has been taking place in. It's
After the show,
last region that
I
we
want to
haven't
show a
visited
trailer
yet
that
so
was
far in the
released,
game, but it is
but
one that
wasn't
we've
in
been
a
to
big
before
show.
in Diablo.
There's lots of new areas. We have 6 in total. 4 of them are jungle themed, and then we have 2 that are Red Rock Canyon, but each one of them has their own unique identity. When you first arrive in Nahantu, you're in this place called Lingering Hatred. This is high treetops canopies where you're almost walking amongst the branches high above the jungle floor.
Imagine a thick canopy that the light is just barely poking through.
The whole area has been infected by this thing called the Hollows infestation. The Hollows are a new enemy that's associated with Mephisto. They themselves are kind of like a tar-like substance creature born straight out of the depths of hell.
It feels a little twisted.
They're all so cute. Look at them.
Itself.
Humans have ventured into this deep part of the jungle where there's all this poisonous plants and flora. The dregs actually started experimenting with eating these hallucinogens, and it put them into...
Also, why did they get the Doctor from Star Trek Voyager to do the announcement for this?
To push more variety in the monster family, you have one of these tall dregs.
I was never
and
grabbed
half
by
full body
D4's
with another
story
dreg on top of it,
since
kind
its
of
Act 2 on
controlling
Monday.
it and
I
telling it where
started
to go
streaming
and
it just to
tossing
push me to
poisonous bombs
finish.
at the player.
I
When you
want to
come
do
across it, it's
in-game
very
stuff,
memorable.
but have to push
And then
through
we've also
story
got
first.
The area of Tenganse, where you've got the Tengate Plateau, which
Thanks,
is
Haggett.
full of these red rocked plateaus and canyons.
Imagine getting up above the land. Those
I know
gigantic
zero
have
about
pockets
D4's
inside where
story.
monsters
I watched, I think, Big D
opened up a
play
lot
it
of
for
opportunity
like
to bring back a
an
monster
hour, and I watched my partner play it for like an hour, and
Bringing
just
them
went,
back in a new way here is a fully
pass.
fleshed out monster family with multiple classes.
D4 is fun, but the story is meh. Sorry,
They are very much
fans.
apex predators, and we're definitely in their territory. And then there's a little sub area called the Skittering Earth.
The name alone
If the story's
makes
meh,
your
it won't be
skin
enough to
crawl.
hold my
Infested,
attention.
You can see how the bugs have destroyed the jungles and kind of input their influence on it. Within the Field of Giants, you have these giant corpses of these long dead demons.
If you have to
that
play till
humans
Act 3
have
before
begun
it gets
to mine
good,
away
it's
at
not
for their
good.
resources. While they've got a lot of use out of them, they're also toxic to the land around it.
The notion of massive demons walking sanctuary 1,000 years ago is really thought-provoking.
Plateau's also got just this beautiful color scheme to the lighting. It's really lovely to be there. And then horrific at the same time.
It's
you know,
not the
like-
worst Diablo. It didn't put me to sleep.
Mercenaries and
It's
Vessel of Hatred are a group of people
not what I
who
call a glowing
like to describe as
endorsement.
ordinary people with extraordinary skills. They have the same level of will to fight against the demons of hell.
And there's 4 mercs that you
But
can
the thing
collect
with
over
me
Oh,
the
is I
course
already
of the
have a
campaign.
massive
Starts with Rahir, a blacksmith and a
backlog
shield
of
bearer,
shame,
defensive
a
fighter.
full-time job, a relationship, and friendships that I all juggle at once. So I have to be a bit choosy with what I play, unfortunately. And I'm kind of smack bang in the middle of like 3 stupidly large games.
Subo, the Drunken Archer, is going to work really well for people who want someone who's out of the main melee, in the back, offering utility and that kind of range support.
Then we have Variana, a Berserker Crone, who's a melee combat fighter, close range. She's got a really cool combat.
For those who don't know him.
Where you need to keep killing enemies to get the meter to be filled.
She's got a bunch of really interesting utility skills that you can kind of build in.
Finally, we have the demon child Aldkin, who's a magic user who can transform himself from human form to demon form and join you in combat.
There's this really great
I love how
ability
you're like,
where you
your
can
bot
take
does
on
like the little
mercenary
blurb
skills and
things with
attach
the
it to their
shout
full
outs.
powers so
It's
that
so
when
cool.
you use that skill, it calls them in to do a specific skill.
With the mercenaries for Vessel of Hatred, one of the things we are expanding on is the skill tree. For
That's
Diablo
Frosty
3, you had a
Tools.
very
It's
basic
really great.
Type of mercenary, but this time you can actually push a little bit more into the skill tree and make the mercenary the way you would want to play.
Going through each mercenary progression arc and outfitting their skill tree so that it's complementary to your
I just
character
like
build.
I'll be really happy if they do something completely left field that nobody expects in this presentation and be like, so now let's check out Titanfall 3.
Vessel of Hatred. It's an
I'll lose my
entirely
shit for
cooperative
Titanfall
player
3.
experience. All the mechanics within it are based around you working together with your party members to solve the challenges and face the first Khazra hordes within.
One of the outcomes of the Mage Wars is this giant crater. and
Thank you
all
so
the
much
souls
for that
got
follow.
lost in it from those wars.
The goal of the first Khazra, who are kind of the original Khazra, they're using the powers within the citadel found within this crater to perform experiments to try and bring back their dark god.
Only recently, people have started going missing. They head into the Khazra region, they disappear, never to be seen again. So it's clear that whatever they're planning is about to come to fruition, and your job as the players to get in there and stop it.
Citadels are a place where we take what is the best part of Diablo.
I still
combat,
can't get
and
over
we
how
test
much
it
that
in
guy
a
looks like
different way,
Robert
which is
Picardo.
adding in cooperative mechanics that you have to
Welcome
manage
in.
on top
I
of that.
describe myself a variety streamer with a focus on retro. Love new stuff too much to be pure retro.
So there's a little bit of a Twitch level mechanic there where you actually have to time your reaction shot. What's interesting about it is when you get multiple people in there, we're each responsible for reflecting that shot once, so we all have to sort of master the timing of that move. You can't do that kind of thing without coordinating as a team, and that's sort of the example of what Citadel gameplay feels like.
When designing the Citadel, we designed a lot of really cool bosses. And so one of the things that we did is we took that design and made like armor sets for each of the classes. That way you feel like you took their armor and you feel like you're wearing a little bit of them after your victory.
We also have a currency that's dedicated to the Citadel where, as you play through, a vendor can be interacted with to buy custom cosmetics that are unique to the Citadel. You can play with 2 people, but the ideal experience is for 4.
I heard
In order to
microtransaction.
facilitate that, we've built an all-new Party Finder feature, and the community
Playing
has
a
been
Barrage
pretty
Rogue.
vocal about wanting this for a long time. It made a lot of sense to us to pair it with this new Citadel mode.
It really is an activity that's geared towards people who love to play together with their friends or with strangers and enjoy that cooperative gameplay. I cannot wait for players to get into the world. I'm really just excited for people to see all the little hidden storytelling elements that the team has fit in.
There's interesting things to find and see and discover around every corner, and it's just a really great experience getting to explore Nahantu.
I mean, Party Finder.
I like the lion thing with the armor on it. Looks so cool, though. I'm not gonna lie, that thing looks
I
badass.
can fill that gap, and who needs friends anymore, right? So, there was a lot in that. I want to talk specifically first about the Dark Citadel, because as a guy that's into his endgame activities, that's a really creative way to bring players together and actually work things out. So tell us, what actually will players have to do inside Dark Citadel to earn some rewards, get through it alive?
So it's really a unique model for us. And again, Dark Citadel is built towards endgame. And we're doing more
Well
Vessel
played,
of Hatred
Simon.
to push players through the campaign and then into the endgame, where we think some of the best content is. So Dark Citadel will require at least 2 players to get
Remember
through,
when
and
Bethesda were on
requires a lot of,
stage and they were like
communication between players to
showing
overcome
off their
challenges.
Diablo game, and it was a microtransaction mobile game, and everyone booed them, and they just went, "Don't you guys like phone games? Don't you guys have phones?" And they just handled it really, really, really poorly.
You mean Blizzard?
tempering charges on that item. So I know
Blizzard?
everyone's
Yeah,
very
that
excited
one.
about that, and Dark Citadel is the best place to go to get that.
Excellent. Well, there is a lot in that, but it isn't the only thing that you're launching on
Diablo
October 8th.
Immortal.
So what else we got to look forward to?
Yeah, so on October 8th, we're also going to
There
be
were people who
launching
spent
Season 6
thousands
alongside
and
Vessel
thousands of
Hatred.
dollars on that
And Season
game.
6 is going to have a ton of content that's bespoke. It's totally separate and unique to Season 6, and it's going to be free for all Diablo 4 players, which is awesome.
Nice.
We're going to be talking a lot more about the details of the content of Season 6 in the coming months, but there's not going to just be new content coming in Season 6. Alongside Season 6 and Vessel of Hatred, we also have major character progression updates coming to Diablo 4.
It evidently wasn't terrible.
Surely that teased me too much. What else you got?
Yeah. So if you're familiar or you've played Season 4 Loot Reborn, you know we did a lot of itemization changes that kind of fundamentally altered a lot about how you're playing the game and how you're getting rewards. The scope of the character progression changes that are coming in Season 6 are... It's the same. Like, it's the same grand scale. There's a lot of changes coming to character progression.
Yeah,
a lot of improvements
it's...
coming. I'd love to talk a little bit about the goals and also a little
When
bit
being
about,
able to play a
some
game
Paragon
is,
changes that are coming with
or
the
being
Paragon
able to play a game well is stuck behind a paywall, it makes me not want to play the game.
We took a bird's eye view and we wanted to think about how can we make put the power
That
in
only
the
matters
player's
if you
hands
cared to
of how
max
they wanna
out.
interact with the challenge that Diablo 4 provides in the game. We wanted to make sure that you could opt in to your challenge level that you're comfortable with so that you can set your own pace in any activity throughout all of Diablo 4. And so we've applied, basically, you know, if you've played Season 4 Loot Reborn, or you've played some in Season 5, you might be familiar with the Profane Mind Cage. That's an item that allows you in the Hell Tides to up the level of the monsters, up the difficulty, but you get more rewards as well. And we've kind of applied that philosophy throughout all of Diablo 4. You can kind of opt in.
I have a feeling a lot of what I see here today is going to be at PAX Australia.
And then alongside that, we also have a lot of changes coming to Paragon. We wanted to add depth and choice to the Paragon system, but we know that it's pretty daunting for some people, right? So we wanted to make sure that while we were doing that, we weren't increasing the complexity, right? We want to make sure that it's still very, that it's an approachable thing, but there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with it. And I could go on forever and ever and ever about this for hours. But we're going to have a lot more details in a developer live stream on August 29th We're going to have a campfire chat where we're going to be talking all about the specifics of these things.
Awesome. I'm absolutely buzzing to see it.
I mean, the best way to phrase it is like what Season 4 did to loot, Season 6 will do to progression.
Excellent.
And the thing too, but just go back to the Party Finder, like there's things that people look at, like what's part of the expansion and what's not. Party Finder is coming to the game, not just to the expansion. So,
oh, great.
And what's great about it is not only can you access it through the social menu that you can see, or you can access it through your remote wheel, you can actually access it from the map. So when you say, oh, I'm going to go do this dungeon, you can say, and list it as a party that people come join me in this dungeon. So it's a feature that's going to apply to the entire game.
Excellent.
Yeah, and I should also mention, in addition to Dark Citadel, we have another mode that we're bringing
There's
to
nothing
the
ever
table,
went wrong
which
where
is
you
called,
just randomly
Undercity.
invite people
And
from the
Undercity is a
internet
time
to
dungeon
play
where you wanna
video
beat it
games with
before
you.
The timer runs out. And that mode has modifiable rewards. So you get these things called tributes, and depending on which tribute you use, you can modify and scale your rewards with the difficulty. It's a really cool mode. We're really excited. And one of the reasons
You'll
we
be in
built these
Japan when
modes
PAX
is this
Australia
concept of
is
new ways
going.
to play. Right? People love our game. They love Nightmare Dungeons. They love Whispers. They love Helltides. But what we really want to do is make sure we have enough canvas so that
I'll be
every
in
user
Japan
can
next
find
year
something that is
when
uniquely
PAX
suited to
isn't
them.
on.
And that's what New Ways to Play is all about.
That's practically
Me and my
next
friends,
door.
We just love being able to have a bit of choice, which is really fun in Infernal Hordes in the
From
current
Australia?
Being able to tailor exactly how messed up we want this level to get is really fun. So the fact
10-hour
that
flight from Japan from where I am.
That's awesome to hear. But between now and the
I'm going to
Season 6
Japan end
launch
of
and
March as
Battle
well.
Haven, what other activities can players get up to whilst they wait?
I mean, really, it's jumping into Season 5. You know,
For
like we were
2
talking
whole
about,
weeks.
Season 5 continues the pace of Season 4. You can level up really fast. It's very exciting. The Infernal Hordes is a great new mode. Which
So
is like
fun.
you know, it's sort of a horde mode where wave after wave are coming after you. You can go and fight the Fell Council to get your rewards from that. But that's really the big thing. And like, just even if you haven't played through the campaign yet, that's one of the nice things about
100% going to check out the
it is a continuation
the
of that
Nintendo
story.
Museum
So where Nayrel left at the end of the
and Nintendo
Oh
Land
wow,
over
I
in
single
Universal.
quotes not going anywhere. Maybe Disney in the
And I would
winter.
be,
I don't
have to
know.
also do the pitch, right? Like, it's an awesome.
At least you
time
have
for
access to a
Christmas Day
Disneyland.
expansion.
We
You
have
know,
no
one of the things
Disneyland
we've
in
had for
Australia.
Great Sentence
It's a
before,
bit sad.
You get the new cat mount, you get new armor, you get pets now, you snow leopard and the tiger that'll follow you around and pick up stuff for you. But with last night, we actually added 2 more. Where not only do you have angel
Got
wings, but we
Disney
had
World
there
on a
is
7-hour
demon
drive.
wings last night. So if you've already, if you've already pre-purchased,
A
you'll
long
get your demon wings
drive.
are coming, or they're
There's been
there.
talk of Disney World
But it's
opening a
good time.
theme
And then
park
we
in
actually added
Australia.
with the deluxe and the ultimate edition, we've actually added 1 month of ultimate Game Pass. So if you haven't, jumped in yet, or if you want to add an extra month onto your subscription, pick up.
You can still have like your own
pre-purchase, and you'll get an extra month. And I already got my code last night. I
Airbnb. I was thinking, what's
the
the
month of ultimate, so it was awesome.
Now you got to find some other games to play. While
Ryokan?
in between,
Make your own Ryokan. That would be fun.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I've already put in quite a few hours into the current season, and yeah, it's so much fun as is, and I just can't wait to see the Season 6 drop as well. And Vessel's looking great, new class as well. I mean,
Thank you so much.
I don't know what else I'm going to play in the meantime. You guys have just killed all my free time.
I go to PAX Oz every year, but
I hear
down here in
purchasing land
Australia
in
we
Japan
have
for foreigners is very difficult.
few options for gaming
And it's actually got a
conventions.
20-minute demo of the Spiritborn. And what's great about it is you go in and you can pick whether you want to be a gorilla type or a centipede type or a jaguar type or an eagle type based on the Spirit Guardians. But then when it sort of clicks in after you played it for a little bit, like, wait, these aren't 4 different classes. This is one class with this amount of variety that I can apply to it. And so you can go in and double down on the Jaguar. Like my shirt says, like, if you can be a Jaguar, be a Jaguar. Right?
And all the
Like
PAX
that,
Primes up to
you also can
2020?
be- You can mix and match. You can be half centipede, half gorilla, and create really cool mixtures and unique play styles. And so, it's
I'd
really
love to
exciting
see
watching
how
people get
the
their hands on. This is the
the
first
different
place that,
PAXs
outside
differ.
of press and content creators,
You
people
know,
feel
what's
able to
unique
play,
to
and it's
PAX
been fun to
Australia,
watch
what's
them play.
unique to PAX
Well,
Prime
half
and
centipede
PAX
half gorilla is a
West.
disturbing image to end on. But, thanks a lot. You're going to stick around because we need to talk about that. Rex, Aislinn, thanks so much for joining us. Changing gears now, though, we are, for those of you who have been counting down the days to September's Diablo Immortal major update, we've got a sneak peek at the making of Immortal.
Oh, that's interesting.
Bosses, including the rebirth of the Dark Lord of Terror himself.
These are unspeakable horrors that you are fighting.
Our boss experiences aren't something that you can get in any other game.
We are giving players this heightened sense of horror.
We have to deliver the player with experience that they're the hero.
I think the spectrum of bosses that we have definitely hit everybody's personal horror stories.
So we're like 50 bosses now. Some of our bosses in Immortal are incredibly deadly, and we're really proud to be able to actually have the ability to bring Diablo back into our universe.
More Diablo, but mobile.
Everything that Diablo says needs to be
They're pulling out the big guns this year.
Very, very difficult battle.
The music changes, the environment changes, and all of a sudden, you have to fight for your life.
The process of designing a Diablo boss is usually quite organic.
It really depends
Meanwhile, at
on
Bethesda,
the boss. Sometimes it starts with a cool mechanical idea. Sometimes it starts with kind of a narrative germ.
The story team is going to have a lot of say in terms of like, what is the fiction behind the boss? And so what is the feel behind the boss?
In some zones, we are going to lavish incredible build-up on a boss, especially
We're playing
the final
all
boss.
Starfield.
In Tristram Cathedral, before you fight Albrecht, the first Shardborn, there's a whole quest line.
But I
that
don't
has
speak
you
Deutsch, so I don't
exploring
know what they're
the ruins
saying.
of Leoric Manor and learning about his past. And so at the end, when you face him, there's this context and kind of a richness to the things that he is saying to you.
Will hush the voices.
That if
Ah,
you are
getting tickets to PAX
okay.
Australia
No
has
one
always
speaks
been
it.
very accessible.
How much
No one speaks it.
I become.
Except for Jabu. Jabu is the only Deutsch-speaking person on Twitch.
Once they have the mechanics down and how they feel the battle should go, then they get all that together and then it gets passed off to art.
When it comes to designing a Diablo boss, there definitely is a long list of visual elements that we go to. Spikes, demon horns, rotten
how do you know he
decaying
speaks it
skin,
if he's the only
burnt
one?
Skin, different diseased skin. How
He
do we
told me
stretch the
once,
skin out
in
to make it look
confidence.
really uncomfortable. We take different parts of the body and then we twist them in very uncomfortable, awkward ways. We love using different humanoid bodies.
Could just
and
be
almost
doing some
melting
weird
them
European
together.
pig Latin.
The intention in creating Diablo bosses is to instill a general feeling of unease. So if it starts to feel like we have pushed it too
Ixnay,
hard,
speak thy
that's
German,
usually
yay.
the comfort spots.
We have so many different representations of evil and horror, so no matter who you are, no matter where you're from, you can always bet that there is something in our game that is going to terrify you.
So we have many different kinds of bosses in Diablo Immortal. Bosses that are almost too big for the level.
I
not
do like
mobile.
Japan, but I don't think I
Almost
could
super
live
tough
there.
athletics. We have
It's the
tanks
sort
where
of thing where
main
I'd be
goal
happy to
is
visit
just
every few
get
years,
this
though.
big, giant hunk of meat and beat it up until it dies. We have co-op bosses that are, better with friends.
Mostly for the
working
rhythm
together as
arcade
a team
games you
to
can't get
take on
here.
these puzzles that the bosses present. And then we have mind-bending bosses that really change the way you play the game, what your perception is of the boss. But my favorite boss in the game is the Butcher.
Bringing the Butcher
Never
into
been
Diablo
outside of the
Immortal was
US,
quite
though it is a
journey for
large
us
place.
because it is such a beloved character in the Diablo lore.
When I was playing
Well,
Diablo
I've never been
1
inside
for
the
first
US,
time,
so between
there
the
was
two
this
of us,
shock associated with
we're well
encountering
traveled.
The Butcher. You open the door.
Ha
he
ha.
steps out. He's cleaving you very, very fast. You're like, I've never seen anything like this before. What the hell is happening? I'm dead.
We wanted the Butcher to be the real
I do
Butcher
plan on
from the
like
first
doing
Diablo,
a US
so
Canada trip
it was
one
kind of
day,
like, how do we
but it's probably
bring
not going to
him
be until like
into our game?
2027 at this
And
rate.
what can we make more special about this particular encounter?
Our Butcher is super intimidating. He's a gigantic boss, towering above the player.
This is a Butcher that was basically too angry to die. He's just shoving his guts back in.
I
He's got a
promise
chain that
I'll
he
come
throws.
visit. He wants to
He's got
take me to
rust,
some
he's got fire
arcade
coming out of
somewhere
the
in
ground.
Chicago.
And it's just a fun, nostalgic fight. We've been building towards this encounter with Diablo since the launch of the game.
Diablo is the Lord of Terror. His food and drink is the fear of other beings.
He has this very recognizable silhouettes with his giant horns on his head and also down his back. He has this very intimidating smile that is signature to Diablo.
Diablo having a World Stone Shard means he's entering the nuclear age. He is now walking around with a weapon of mass destruction to bend reality, to perhaps create new realities.
The whole team is excited. It's electric. Getting to bring back Big Red and then unleash him not just on one boss fight, but on an entire zone, on Sanctuary itself.
This Diablo is going to deliver a very epic experience, as good as any other Diablo games.
It's going to be the best Diablo ever. I said it here
I don't
first.
believe her.
It's going to be possibly the most difficult battle.
I don't believe that their mobile
Love the
Diablo game
Carbot
is going to
towards
be the best
Diablo.
Diablo game ever.
Well, they're called Lilith's Mightiest Warriors, and no, I'm not just talking about our guests here, but joining us once again, this time to tell us more about...
I also don't think they're very
Diablo's
excited.
GM Rod Ferguson, and please welcome Diablo Immortal's executive producer.
I think they're more excited to
Thanks for joining us, Kay Webb.
get a
What
break
the hell was
from the
that?
development
Are you
cycle.
kidding? That's got huge implications for the lore of Diablo because you're bringing him back.
Yeah, well,
Tell me about this.
I mean, it's a thing that I don't think everybody really knows what Diablo Immortal is, really. So let's start with there.
Okay, fair.
Like, I think Diablo Immortal, the way to think about Diablo Immortal is our free-to-play offering in Diablo. It's a way to bring more players in. We wanted to go where the players are, and we were like, okay, not everybody is part of the mainline Diablo 4 world. So this is a way to reach players where they are. And so we have this great free-to-play, huge campaign, over 11 zones. You get 8 classes. We just added 2 over the last 2 years.
Diablo Immortal is set between 2 and 3, so they are just ignoring canon now.
Tempest are new classes, and so it's really an exciting time. And so the story, the campaign, which is again over these 11 zones, is basically you're working with Deckard Cain to beat this demon Skarn. Now, what's happened is that this takes place between Diablo 2 and Diablo 3. So that's why Deckard Cain's still alive, and we're able to bring Diablo back. So
Is it
really
right to
exciting
call
time.
Diablo Immortal
Years been
free to
leading up
play?
This is the year of the age of unmaking. This is the return of Diablo, and they've been building towards it for like over the last couple of years now.
Yeah, totally. I think, you can tell Diablo is very, very major character in the Diablo franchise, and we have that on our splash screen all the time. So I don't know if it's a plan, but this is truly the most important chapter of the story.
It's free to
that
play,
where it starts.
sure.
And,
Free
Diablo
to
is very,
progress,
very
A.
significant because it's one of the original antagonists. It's one of the 3 prime evils. So I think in the history of Diablo story, Diablo world.
Free to
Diablo
progress to
has
level
this
20, in
reputation
which
of
case the game becomes
corrupting people's
impossible.
Minds, corrupting humanity, and twist people's minds. So when it comes down to the word, that means something is really going down.
So what does that mean for the people who are here at Gamescom? Do they get to experience that now, or what experience have you brought for them on the booth?
Yeah, so, well, first of all, we're really honored to be here at Gamescom. Like Rod mentioned, Diablo Immortal is our first take of mobile version of Diablo World, on the phone, on the smartphone. So our mission is to reach more audience, and that's why we come here at Gamescom. Today we brought into a beautiful booth right here.
That's great.
Yeah, this is one of the most...
I just kind of hate mobile gaming for the fact that it's so microtransaction heavy. You can't just get a game on mobile that's just a game that doesn't require you to constantly spend money to play said game.
In order to get to the next difficulty level. So as you go through the game, you will feel you're getting stronger, and you're going to more
I own
difficulty
the games
level, you
on
get more
mobile,
stuff,
Coder,
the
and
loot
Slay
and
the Spire.
dungeon and the zoom. Most important thing about Diablo Immortal is
I
that
love Slay
want
the
to create
Spire.
this
But Slay the
social,
Spire
very
isn't really a
sociable, very
mobile
lifestyle
game,
gameplay.
it's just a
So
game
for
that's
how
also
many players
on
you can actually
mobile.
you can either play a solo, or you can bring your friends over there, and that's what we bring here. We built a tournament that 4 players come in to the booth and they can play, and you can just rank on the leaderboard and get awesome rewards.
Yeah, you have to beat 2 bosses. So
That's
there's
the
this
2
okay,
games I
you
have
to beat 2
ever
bosses,
spent
and
money
right
on
now
for the
fast
phone.
is about 2 minutes 45 to get through.
Think I got a shot?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Thanks.
No, I know you play a lot. That's
Yeah,
good.
that's right.
But anybody,
I
That's
simply
fair.
don't play
it's really
games on the
interesting,
go.
what
I
Caitlin
read
is talking about.
books.
There's been over 50 bosses made in this sort of these heliquary bosses, and it's really exciting to see. It's part of the progression. So it's always fun to have these new and interesting and different types of
On
fights to have.
on your
And
phone
the
or
fact that it's on
just
mobile, but also on PC.
you read
Like,
books
can
on the
play free to
go?
play on PC today, and it's a great experience.
So players at home can also still experience the Heliquary bosses right now, or is
Yeah,
yeah.
right
Same
now.
content, same game, and cross progression, cross play.
So tell me about then the build up to Diablo's return. What can players expect to? What kind
Either
of content can they
I
get
have a
into
lot
right
of books,
now and in the
welcome
lead
and
up to
useless.
that content dropping?
Yeah, so next few months is gonna be, like I said, it's gonna be the most exciting story chapter of Diablo Immortal. It's gonna divide into, like, the main quest line, the storyline is gonna divide into two parts. So
What you're reading at the moment?
But the latest one that is gonna come up is in September. It's a release we're gonna call, we call it Crucible of Justice. This is where the story.
Pay so much money for slightly bigger numbers. Oh no.
It's called the Eldrim. It's a holy sword.
Come back to the light, Borg. Come back to the light.
Quest of purify that sword, and that sword is the secret weapon to kill Diablo. So you have to find the sword and purify it goes through the ritual. And for player, the ritual.
Hey, Zeddy.
I'm slowly working through the Dragonlance series. In the second set at the moment, don't have a lot of reading time in recent
The
times.
century is corrupted. It's dark. And that darkness casts into
I don't know
players as well. So the
Dragonlance.
ritual of purifying this
Who's
Eldrim
a
is
buy?
actually a symbolic move of player that they willing to sacrifice themselves for the humanity, and that they want to prove themselves to be worthy.
Oh,
to use
these
the Eldrim,
D&D
the holy
books.
sword, to kill Diablo. So that is the first part of the September release, and then we're gonna save the second part.
It's a D&D series. Margaret Weiss and Tracy
Which is the
Hickman.
most exciting part, that you finally
very
gonna face
nice.
the Diablo. And with the Diablo boss itself, we also
Mostly done in the
introduced
80s
a
and
amazing
90s.
zone. It's called the War's Crown. Zone is one of our very, very important content in the game as well. It's beautifully designed. Not
I've
traditional
never read
content
any
of Diablo,
D&D
but
D&D books or books based on the D&D like lore. But I have read a few of the Magic the Gathering ones, and there are some really good stories in that universe.
created, and it's icy, it's barren, and it's that way is because Diablo travels through that continent and transform the place. So it's like very depressing, all the cast coming down to the earth. Well, that's why players are here to save the world. And when player travels through this War's Crown, you're gonna encounter a lot of enemies. You're gonna defeat them. Eventually, you're gonna encounter Diablo as the final boss.
Yeah, I mean, Tyrael. Like Tyrael is like, when you think about like recognizable characters in the Diablo lore, Tyrael, the Angel of Justice, is one of the top ones. And so this is what's really neat about the story, is that it takes Tyrael's sword, Eldruin, and that's the sword you have to use to defeat Diablo. And so that whole idea of, hey, while I've been fighting Skarn and getting these World Stone shards, I've become corrupted and I have to get purified over in the Cold Isles so that I can actually be worthy of this sword. And taking that sword and then being able to
Because
use it, Diablo
Xbox
is
just
really
decided to use all of Gamescom to spruik up Diablo and nothing else.
Toughest fight players have ever. I mean, is that true? What are you possibly throwing at us? Because you also just showed us like a 20-foot butcher. So, well, I mean, what's Diablo? What's he gonna do to us?
Diablo is a big win for them.
Yeah. Oh well, I'm gonna see how much I'm gonna spoil here, but Diablo boss is going to be the hardest one that the player gonna encounter. Because Diablo is such a classic character, so we still take a lot of the classic skills from Diablo. So it's still featuring fire, lightning. So if you go to the battle, have some equipment, have some gears that with the fire and lightning resistance will be helpful.
I remember.
And because you're bringing the Eldrim to the battle, right? So when Diablo calls all his Diablo soldiers, and they will
I've
swarm
largely
over to
tuned
you,
it out.
and you have to beat them
LOL.
really, really fast. And that beat up of those enemies actually gonna recharge your Eldrim. It's gonna make the Eldrim ready to,
A bunch of Fallout stands in the background. Does that count?
And by the end, I'm not gonna.
It's a bit jarring, to be honest.
the real end.
Oh, come on.
The real end, you're gonna see this beautiful cinematics. It shows how player take Eldrim and eventually kill the Diablo.
I'm just expecting one of them to walk back on and be like, so the newest end boss in Fallout 76 is Diablo.
Make sure I get a chance at that leaderboard, but I want to thank you both.
So we have the Inaria statue, you know, the really big one that's the size of the
Yeah,
You know, I want it.
Yeah, nah, you're gonna fight me for it. I'm taking it.
I can't. They're gonna kick me
That's
out.
what we're doing straight afterwards. We're all going down, yeah, and I'm gonna come out on top. All right. Awesome. Well, thanks so much for joining us. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Gamescom as well. Coming up though, the team from Stalker 2 is here with the latest.
Ooh, okay, that sounds good.
Plus, we've also got a look at the newest Xbox accessories that are enabling players everywhere to play the way that they want. And
Sorry
later on, we're gonna
about that.
explore the newest
Some StarCraft
Starfield
too.
expansion, Shattered Space, and find out why fans everywhere are setting aside gigs of space to explore even more of this epic open world. But first, do you know what's great? Xbox Game Pass. Yeah, take a look at this.
Welcome to the gameplay commentary of our new game, Lonely Mountain Snowriders, which is the spiritual
I do like
successor
Game
to Lonely
Pass,
Mountain
I have to
Snowriders.
admit.
It's a skiing game in which players need to find their own way down the mountains in a wild and beautiful mountainscape. Our most important new features are a real-time online multiplayer in which up to 8 players can play cooperatively or in a competition, as well as a new trick system.
I
that allows
think you
to
just
pull off
discovered the
awesome
right way to play
I am
Fallout
down
4.
for this.
or super cool combinations of them all. We focused a lot of the development time on the controls and to make the feeling of carving down the slopes as smooth and fun as possible. Skiing is all about using the terrain in your favor. You need to gain the maximum momentum to do the longest jumps and use the best shortcuts. On top of that, you can also do tricks, ride backwards, or cross rivers and icy lakes.
If I was playing this, you just see me like go off and jump, not make it to the other side, and just go splat like right into the cliff face.
While in the team mode, you and your team members have to ride and do tricks together to ramp up the highest score and beat all the challenges. You can also pick each other up after a crash and place checkpoints as a group.
I want it. Something to be said for simplicity.
In the solo mode, you have to beat challenges to unlock new mountains and trails. You can also try to reach the top.
That's true. It does seem like one of those games that'd just be nice to sort of relax and play for like an hour or so.
And last but not least, there's the new Zen mode. Here, you can ride all trails without any kind of pressure and freely explore the mountains to find secret spots or just enjoy the beautiful landscape. Whether you're playing multi or single player, you will gain experience to level up your profile, unlock new ski types and trick poses, and a large variety of customization items. Thank you for taking the time to watch this video.
Oh, the little thank you for watching added over the finish line. That was just cute.
Game Pass, the pass of games.
I am probably going to be playing Age of Mythology Retold when that comes out.
The Xbox Game Pass hype is real, and right now it's easier than ever to join the party, especially if you play on PC. Why? Because PC Game Pass is designed for PC players. Get new games on day one like Call of Duty Black Ops 6 on October 25th. Play some of the biggest games of the year and unlock partner benefits from Riot Games.
It feels like that was unnecessarily said. PC Game Pass is for PC players.
This offer won't last long, so act now. But first, this post-apocalyptic horror action title is set against 64 kilometers of eerie, explorable area. It's also one of the most anticipated games of the year, and here to bring us back into the zone with some never-before-seen gameplay of Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl, please welcome game director Eugene Grigorovich. Eugene, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting.
No, honestly, it is so exciting. We've got it on the booth here at Gamescom. I've been able to get hands on.
I hope this is at PAX.
Take us through.
I have so much to do for September. I have my 486 PC Games celebration for 486 followers, which I'm one from, then Star Wars Outlaws, which will be a week behind everyone else, then Age of Mythology.
It's looking very good, and we are happy for.
It is a busy month.
We get the first impression.
I have no idea what I'm going to play after I finish my current games.
So now I'm happy from what they are telling us about the Xbox build.
Yeah, I got to have hands on with it, and it is so much fun. Because what we're going to do as well is we're going to hop straight into the gameplay that you're going to talk us through. So anyone watching who's excited to see Stalker 2 for the first
And thank
time,
you so much for that follow, 486 follower high.
So what are you are we going to bring the gameplay up so we've got it on our screens? So as we go, if you want to talk us through this gameplay so we can know what we've got coming up.
Yeah. I'll take this part. So here the player is doing his first quest, and he got a scanner, a device. Player at this point doesn't know a lot about how it works and what it's for. He just gets information that it somehow recharged an artifacts that's put it inside it, and that if it got successful,
that looks so
it's
good.
gonna bring a lot of let's say money.
Yeah.
Maybe something else. So at this point, player don't know what is the goal of the character, why he's doing it, and he's learning the story about your character also by doing this quest line.
Because this is actually the bit that they've got on the show floor here, isn't it? At the start of the game. Because I had so much fun. I get what you mean as well when you're just trying to discover.
So what that will be is the first week of September, I'll play a variety of games that were made for Intel for 186 PCs or compatible back in the day.
Nearby in their camp and doing their cheeky bricky stuff, and then they saw that something happened. A wall was destroyed.
Man, I remember the old 486 PCs.
Turned up, going to see what's happening, and found you, a player, and
it's amazing as well, because I found myself when I was playing this I was like the flashlight.
I chose
turning on and
games
off,
that
and,
were
like, you can
important
also,
to
like,
me
lean
or
round
interesting
corners,
in
can't
some
you, to
way.
kind of, like, engage fights from like a bit of cover.
Yeah, so it's very important in
Which games are you going to play, or is that a secret?
Quake, Master of Orion 2, Mech Warrior 2, Mission Force Cyberstorm, TIE Fighter Collector CD-ROM, Terminator Future Shock.
Outcome you to go from other side.
I remember playing TIE Fighter back in the day with an actual joystick.
It's a very simple fight against 3 bandits, but as from what
And back when joysticks used to cost like $20 and
That
not
was the
600.
minimum requirement.
It's very unforgiving as well, and we just see as well. I found that it's like a big part of the game is like looting. So what kind of things should people be looking out for when they're looting?
Yeah, so the part of the game. So
I
while
played
we
it
are
on a
fighting,
486
we are
at like
losing
10
our resources,
FPS.
consumables, food, ammo, and after the fight finished,
The
we
way
have
it was
to
supposed to be
get to
played.
dead bodies' pockets to find some ammunition, maybe loot their camp to restore what we just spent. Because without it, we just run out of ammo, and the player would be like stuck
Because that's the big thing I have. I am very trigger happy when it comes to first-person shooters. Like, I fire way more bullets than I should. And then I found myself as well. I was like, I need to go check every building that I can because I need more ammo. Like, what kind of advice would you say for players hopping into Stalker 2 to spend their time in the world?
So the reason why you should discover and look for some stashes in locations is not because you just want to find some items, but because it's interesting to discover this.
I should play
where was some
Metro 2032 in preparation of Stalker coming out.
Behind it, and when you're just walking around and looking for the corners and
Makes
it's
sense.
beautiful there, you can surprisingly find something stashed there because it's an Stalker stashes. They use some stashes for their next journeys because they can bring like hundreds of thousands of kilograms. They have to make some stashes for there, and players sometimes find them, and it's often rewardable. And,
It's still on
and often
Games
it's
Pass,
very
actually.
rewardable, because you can get
I think they left.
equipment boost by just going to some.
I've not done Skyfree, but I am sure we'll have a wonderful time failing at it at some
I found
point.
myself like an assault rifle when I just had a pistol to start with. I was like exploring buildings and found that. But the game also, it looks amazing.
Yeah, this is the start of a next fight. The player, we have some stealth mechanics.
Yeah.
So it's not very as you used to have a stealth in the game. It doesn't offer you like ability to be invisible for enemies. No, they will see you and shoot you. But at least it allows you to get slightly closer, to find better position to start the fight, and or maybe to initiate the fight with a grenade.
I didn't have the idea. Well, Artyom had the idea after I had passed the 286 mark.
You have to watch your hit points and your state, because you can get bleeding. And you
It
have
does
to
kind
use
of feel like
damage
the sort of
to
thing
stop
Artyom
bleeding,
would
because
suggest.
it's gonna last for long, and you're gonna lose a lot of hit points if you not stop and use the bandages.
Yeah, because you have multiple ways of healing, don't you? You've
Yeah.
got like the bandages to stop the bleeding, but there's like different types of med kits that you can find
Yeah,
as well.
you can have a regular med kits, medical med kits, and an army med kit.
Yeah.
And they provide additional boosts, but mostly it's restoring the hit points. But also, if you are not in the fight and you just need
So I
to
only
recover
did
a
it
small
for
portion of health, you can
386,
just eat
and now for 486. I can go on this till 786, which was Pentium 3.
Management that you have to like pay attention to in Stalker, which really gives you a different challenge. So it's like you said, if you don't eat, you're going to perform worse in gunfights.
Yeah. So
Then
you
they
have to
dropped the
watch your
naming.
state, just like you're watching about yourself. So we try to bring this simulation.
Still plenty to
or
play though.
atmosphere as you be in the real
Went to Intel
human
Core
that goes to
processors.
Chernobyl exclusion area with your backpack with some food, and you just have to do the same things to survive in the game as in life, because you have to eat, you have to sleep, you have to.
Oh yeah,
you fall
I don't
with your
expect
broken leg, you have to use
786
some
for a very
medkits
long
to
time.
survive this, and that's what we are doing here.
Yeah, no,
We'll fix that. We'll get you up to
honestly,
786 in no
those things I'd
time.
recommend it to
Then straight on
anyone
to
if you
partner.
haven't had the chance to just play the original Stalker as well, because when I got to play here, you just think and approach gunfights so differently, because there is that risk element, and some of the enemies, like I was jumping out of my skin because there was like a camouflaged opponent that I came across in the demo here at
Nice that you
Gamescom.
can just
And,
eat
like, can you
food
tell
from
us
a
little bit
can
more
with
about
a
the
knife.
enemies that we're going to face?
It's little details like that that really
zone
make
is
games like this
inhabited
pop.
by different factions. There are factions that came from the first Stalker trilogy, and there are new factions.
Honestly,
They have
I
a
have grown
story
at a
behind them,
phenomenal
how
rate.
they appear,
I am
what is their
humbled
goals,
by it.
and for the player,
Speaking of growth, go follow Necro. He needs more.
his stories. And it's important to mention that from one
Oh, thanks,
walkthrough, the
Saki.
player won't know the whole story.
Yeah.
So you had to have several walkthroughs to get all these pieces together, or you could discuss it with your friend who choose some other path, and you can share the information about what you see to each other, and you uncover, oh, I didn't expect that.
I'm really
it would
looking
happen
forward
like
to this when it comes
So
out. I
it's,
played a lot of Stalker, the original one when it first came
should be
out.
interesting for people
But
to
the
discuss
second one just
their
looks so good.
experience, with each other.
Yeah, we also saw just beforehand, right, we can actually see the scanner going on right now. Can you talk us through this?
It's Echo Scanner. It's a simple scanner. You just beep, and the faster it beeps, the nearest is an artifact.
Yeah.
You can collect an artifact just by using scanner, and at this point,
You can one of the special editions for your birthday. Oh, very nice. Comes with a zone permanent, other cool in-game details. Hell yeah.
Invisible for player, and we found that from the feedback of the players and from what we see that he's doing quite challenging thing for the players, and but also it's very rewarding because when you start playing the game and you start facing some
What
challenge for the first
impresses
time,
me is that they managed to do so much of it during a literal war. At least one of the devs died in battle.
and at some point you become master of the game. Everything
Yeah,
is easy
I
for you.
forget they're a Ukraine-based company. That's
To
true.
learn the game.
This terrified me. Like, honestly, I was there going like, wait, at first I was like, what's attacking me? And I was like, how do I counter this? And I was like, suddenly realized there was a camouflaged opponent attacking me. It's like, I love that in this game though, is there are so many challenging enemy, like, components. Whether you're fighting bandits, whether you're like fighting these sort of enemies. And then I was like looting everything. I became like a loot goblin, where I was going into every building and just trying to find as many med kits so that I could stay alive.
And there is also
I also like that it has
lot
like
of,
such a simple HUD as well.
pieces of content just near the locations. This is not
It
a
looks
main
so
quest,
clean.
it's
That is so
also
cool,
not a
Hetty.
side quest. It's just some encounters or narrative little stories to bring you an experience of discovering this real location, real zone, and it's not a fake world. It's full of.
The best bit of Stalker though was getting
For
to
me,
the
I find it very
actual
interesting to discover. Even if I know the game
the
pretty
actual
much,
nuclear
it
power
feels the
plant
whole map
and
is so huge, so even
getting
for
into
me,
like the
going
basement
back to
levels and
some
everything in
locations
there.
make me feel, oh,
That
I
was
didn't expect to
spooky.
find it here. Oh, they bring
AFK
something
a
here
moment.
also.
I need
So
to
for me,
put
it's
food in
also,
my body. Keep talking.
like I feel the same
Ooh,
wow
enjoy the
effect
food.
when I discover something for me.
You really get rewarded for spending that time to look around the world and kind of try and find those caches, and it's going to pay dividends.
Yeah, it's one of the main goal in making this game is to bring as much freedom and allow player to be as he wants to be. Or
Like, I
he
have a
wants to be,
problem with like
to
large
play
games
the
where
role,
I start to get
they
impatient and just
feel,
work my way through it, but
that works
looking at
for
this, I feel
them,
like this is one of those
and
games where I'll
the
actually be
player
able to
should,
take
like,
my time
start
and
being very
explore and
rude
play through it
and,
properly.
cruel, and they can act totally different in this game as like
Felt like in the last 10 minutes, the
wants to
actual
be
Chernobyl plant level.
on a friendly side.
Like,
So,
that's because you're playing it wrong. Like, you start the game, you ignore the quest, and then you just go and explore the power plant. That's the right way to
there is a
play the
balance.
game.
Like,
Yeah.
the game will also punish you for something.
No, 100%. And I think one of the main things is for everyone who's been watching and wants to get their hands on the game, when are they going to be able to play?
It's November, so it's not so much time left. And for us, we are like every day counts. We are doing everything possible to bring this as Polish gameplay as possible, and I hope you enjoy it.
Well, honestly, from what I played at Gamescom, I can't wait to play it more. But thanks so much for stopping by. You can get Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl on November 20th. And
November
of course,
20th.
it launches day and date on Xbox Game Pass as well. But now to a new line of Xbox accessories, making a splash.
I'm glad it's coming out on Games
Take a
Pass
look.
because I don't actually have to spend
Thank
money
you
to
so much,
purchase
Andrea.
it.
Thank you.
Play video games.
Good job.
Leo has issues with
This is a weird segue from Stalker.
There's so many disabled people that deserve a shot to be like everyone else.
I want to be a part of this world.
So this is my Xbox adaptive joystick.
It allows her to use the controller without using both hands.
Oh, that's cool.
It just clicked to him. This is a joystick, I manipulate the character, and this is how I'm gonna move myself.
You got everybody.
There was a guy called Ben Heckendorf who used to do this engineering show on YouTube where he'd build like accessibility controllers for, you know, people with physical disabilities to be able to play video games and stuff. And it came out with just like really like crazy but cool ideas.
I'm back. The accessibility controllers from MS is impressive, but they are so expensive.
Right side, right side.
Yeah, I was just saying there was a guy on YouTube who used to build them like himself for people. It was really impressive what they came up with.
Then he can control the rest. Having the joystick levels the playing field for him.
Your character, he can fly. He can do everything you can't do.
He enjoys winning and will definitely let you know when he does.
Big news for all gamers everywhere. We've got some new accessories designed to give gamers more ways to play. And here with all the details, please welcome Xbox Principal Designer Chris Kujawski and Senior Accessibility Product Manager Caitlin Jones. Welcome to Gamescom.
Thank you, Maxie. Yeah, thanks for having us.
How's Cologne treating you? All good?
I love it here. Yeah.
Amazing.
First time in Gamescom. This is pretty exciting.
Oh wow, first time. Yeah. Okay, the full week ahead of you. I can't
Okay,
wait
so this is just showing the controllers more in depth.
The controller launch is 6 years ago, but you didn't stop there. So what's new in the world of gaming and accessibility?
Yeah, thanks, Maxie. So as you saw, we just announced our Xbox Adaptive Joystick. It's a wired controller that is designed to be a companion for our Xbox Adaptive Controller as well as other Xbox controllers. And that will be available to customers in 2025, early on in 2025. As well as our Xbox Adaptive toppers that you can create with
Someone forgot her
Xbox Design
lines.
Labs. And these are really great, I think, especially for players who might have some difficulty using the thumbsticks on their controllers. They can choose from different shapes, customize the sizes, the height, and the width, and attach them to their adaptive joystick as well as their Xbox Wireless or Elite Series 2 controller, and really customize the way that they interact and grip with those thumbsticks on those controllers to meet their unique needs. So overall, we're just really excited to continue to expand the ways that players can play the games that they want
Oh,
to play, and
Rav.
also how they want to play.
No, Rav.
But it doesn't just stop with our Xbox accessibility offerings. We also have some really fantastic partners through our Design for Xbox program, including BioWave and 8bit2, who are also announcing some exciting accessibility news today.
And with everything
Going back to what you were saying earlier, Sakkra, about how it's like sacrilegious to have first-person shooters on consoles. I was
hear more about that.
Yeah, that's
like back in the Xbox 360 era, I used to play a lot of Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, and Modern Warfare 2. But like me and all our friends, we had these like little like nub things you'd put on top of your controller joystick, so you could get like more like easier, more minute aiming movement.
Hands-on with early designs and functional
And they work
prototypes,
so
and
well, and
Chris will
that
share a
made the
little bit
game
more about
so
that on the
much
hardware
easier.
design side. But even from a
LOL, there are much better devices for that, and probably cheaper Rav.
One, an affordable joystick for their adaptive controller, so they can easily find that and have that as a resource to them. But also something that fit in
I
seamlessly
didn't,
with
but
their
I probably
existing
should have.
setups. So we knew it was important to create something that was highly customizable. You can remap all of the buttons on the joystick. You can create different profiles. You can connect it to your Xbox adaptive controller for a full adaptive setup, but you can also use it without your Xbox adaptive controller. You can plug it directly into your console or PC and use it alone, or employ Xbox Controller Assist to link it with another controller and kind of play that way. So all in all, the disability community's involvement is absolutely critical in everything that we do, and we're so grateful to have them as co-collaborators and designers in these processes.
So many options. So how did the community feedback inform the final design of the adaptive joystick?
Yeah, like Caitlin mentioned, we're always looking for that feedback. And for this device in particular, we actually visited a hospital in Seattle that uses gaming as
And the
therapy
Sakkra
for
ledge
their
is mostly a
spinal
joke.
injury
Mostly.
patients.
I have
So what
no
that means is we
problem
went
letting
there
people
with
play
a
what
box of
they like.
prototypes,
But it is factually less
got
precise
feedback
and
on
slower.
the grip
Also,
size, the
controllers
shape,
give me
the
cramps.
number of buttons, where the buttons were located. They liked some of the stuff. They didn't like some of the stuff.
It is admittedly a
and
bit
that's
of an
exactly why
acquired
one of the most
taste.
important things that we took away,
But I
from
also
that-
grew up
from that
with
meeting
consoles
was
as well.
The importance of having the controller be mountable.
I went from
Lets you put it in a lot of different
Sega
positions,
Master
perfect stable if you're not able
System
to hold,
to
the controller in your hand. So we added
Nintendo
this
64 to
threaded insert here.
PlayStation to
Same one you find on the
Xbox
camera tripod or
growing up,
actually on the,
and we
adaptive
did have
controller as well.
PCs,
And so that really
but
allows you to use, non-hand body
they were
parts,
never
with
like
the controller easily. So
top
we
of
took
the
that
line or,
feedback,
or sort
and
of
then
best
used it
used
to iterate on the
PCs,
design.
and the games and our ability to get games on PC was also incredibly limited.
Do you 3D print prototypes? Do you mold? What do you do?
Don't
We
forget
we both of those
sacrifice.
things.
Simon.
Usually, I like to start making something that goes in your hand by making it by my own hands. So we'll take a block of foam, carve that away. We'll take a 3D print, add clay to it, and then sand it away. And I'm doing this in the design lab, in the workshop in my garage. And we're just really iterating constantly to get the feel right, to get the ergonomics right, the position of the buttons right. We usually start with a very primitive form and then
I will
It is
say one
just,
thing for
as I
Xbox though,
said,
they
I really am happy to let people play what works
One
for
of the other
them.
things that's
It's
really
just a me
important
thing.
from my perspective
I
as a
get it,
designer,
yeah.
and this may
But
be
one thing I
sound
will say
obvious,
for Xbox is
it's
they
an
do
Xbox
put
controller.
like
It should look like an
a
Xbox
lot
controller.
of work
So
and
many of
effort into the
adaptive
R&D of their
products that gamers have to
controllers.
use, they might look like hospital equipment or something you have to use rather than something you'd want to use. Like Xbox makes cool products. We want our gamers to want to use the products, and so using the same form language, the same color, material, and finish really helps it feel like a part of the Xbox family, and that goes a long way in removing some of the stigma that's associated with using
Yeah,
adaptive
even with
products,
the
and that's
prices
a
they
really important
charge,
thing that
I doubt they
design and
make
Xbox
any
brings
money
to the
on
table
these
here.
things.
Yeah, it looks very well next to the adaptive controller, traditional Xbox
Yeah, that
controller.
is true. The
So,
controllers are
John,
stupidly expensive,
question.
especially
So
the
I heard the rumor
elites.
that the idea of the 3D printable topper files came from an internal hackathon event. Is that true?
That is true. Very similar to the Xbox adaptive controller years ago. The adaptive thumbstick toppers were born from
Yeah, they
the
can
Hackathon project.
they
So
connect's a
Hackathon is
different
is week
story.
where Microsoft employees get to take a break from their day job and work on a passion project. And this particular team was inspired by really the high cost of adaptive accessories and doing custom setups like that.
Xbox
So
wants to forget
knowing
kind of
that
ever
3D
happened.
printers are a lot more available for at home or as a service, they combine these two ideas
Yeah, I
to create
don't blame
a
them.
great range of products that offer gamers a lot more options to customize their setup just to exactly what they need.
And so much goes
I had a
into
Kinect for my
the
Xbox
creation
One,
of these
and I just
accessibility
unplugged it and
offerings.
never used
And
it.
especially, what did the development for the 3D printable files for the adaptive thumbstick toppers look like? Who did you work with?
Yeah, very similar to the adaptive joystick and all of our other accessibility offerings. We, again, partner directly with the disability community, specifically a lot of hospitals and gaming accessibility charities that were doing a lot of 3D printing work. So we
Thank you, Simon. Thanks so much.
asked, what are the most common shapes and designs that you all are creating or that you find work best for your players, and that's actually what informed the final 6 shapes that we have available today. So very direct, working with them and getting that feedback. Something that we also learned, though, by working with them is that, not everyone needs a full-on adaptive setup. Sometimes just minor modifications to how you interact with your thumbstick can be
Actually, that's a good question. What's the cost of subs in Alcyland?
be the difference whether you can play all together.
They are
We did want to create something that was available, discoverable,
$9 Australian for a tier 1
through working
sub.
with our disability community. Again, more and more learnings nonstop, always coming in.
Ouch.
We did learn that, not everyone has access to easily connect with these hospitals or these more tech-savvy maker
The Australian dollar isn't
that are
great.
customizing these designs and printing them, and also not everyone at home knows how to 3D model and customize their own shapes at home. So with the Xbox Design Lab platform,
That's true, Sadie, and also like a lot of those sort of technologies as well. So I think especially like facial recognition technology is also very biased and bad at identifying people with darker skin tones.
But what I love more is that you not only support the community with creating accessories, you also support partners.
I do have a
third-party
Ko-fi.
developers in
No
bringing
emotes
their
that
designs
way,
to life.
but can
So
give less
can
if
you share
wanted,
about
and I
a
get
little
more
bit
of it.
who you're partnering with?
Yes, and I will say I am just personally so grateful and excited that we do have so many Design for Xbox partners who are just really committed to making gaming for everyone. Some of the specific partners that we've been working with recently on the accessibility front are BioWave. So back in May, they announced their Proteus controller, which is a
Not
modular
asking for money,
controller that
just
allows
saying
you
it's
to really
there.
build your own unique setup that works best for you. And very exciting today, that controller is now available. In addition to BioWave, 8-Bit Do is both announcing and available today their Lite SE wireless controller. So all in all, when
That's
it comes to
cool. That
accessibility,
modular
a
controller
rising
looks
tide
really
floats all
awesome.
boats, and we're just excited that our players have more and more options within the Xbox ecosystem to really choose what works best for them.
That's a lot of great news that you have today. So is there any place where we can look up all of the accessibility offerings?
Yes, to find out more about any of this accessible hardware that we've just talked about today, you can see the Xbox Wire blog post. Or if you happen to be here at Gamescom like us, you can visit us in the Here to Help area in the Xbox consumer booth. You can get hands-on with any of the products, do some live demos. And if you're here on Friday, you can see Caitlin in a discussion panel in the community area as well.
Thank you so much to both of you for coming. And also I want to say thank
Talking
you so much
money
for
is
making our
always
booth
awkward.
accessible so everybody
It's like,
feels welcome.
this is
Thank
my
you.
income. Yes, I could use money.
Get a look at the
But
first
I'm
expansion
flattered than
from
anyone
Starfield.
gives me
Find
anything,
out
you
what
know.
happens when nuclear disaster in the quaint British countryside converge
I
in
get that.
Atomfall. And Age of Mythology fans, stay tuned. We'll take a look at what you can expect from the latest in the series. But first, it's
Fallout
time to
London.
explore
Neat.
AOY 26 once again in Revenge of the Savage Planet.
Stuck on a planet with nowhere to poop? The juiciest burgers in the galaxy. Burger Squirt.
What?
I smush it down my throat.
I love the first game.
Greetings, brave explorer. We here at Alta Interglobal would like to welcome you to our newest venture, the colonization of space. You've spent
Journey to the Savage Planet was a riot. Too much platforming, but it was cool.
Unfortunately, changing market conditions have led us to the realization that space exploration is far too costly and unpredictable, and Alta has decided
Revenge
to
of the
cancel all
Savage
future plans in
Planet.
space. I regret to inform you that you have therefore been made
I have
redundant.
no idea
Your
what
final
this
step is
is.
set. We thank you for your service.
I'm going to assume it's
You'll
Outer
eventually find a way
Worlds.
home. Good luck.
It's not.
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
Or is
third
this a
person.
Savage Planet game?
It's Savage Planet 2.
I never played the first one.
Also, raffle at New Florida. More like New Florida.
There's a little bit of a Ratchet and Clank vibe to it. No DRM, no microtransactions, just buy it. It actually does look quite fun.
Journey to the Savage planet has turned into revenge. Here with more on what fans can expect from Revenge of the Savage Planet, please welcome producer Noémie Lecourier and creative director Alex Hutchinson. Thanks so much for joining us.
We're very happy to be here.
Thanks
you.
for having us.
Thank you.
How's your Gamescom going so far?
Very good.
Very good. Busy.
Yes.
It always is. There's so many games to play, so many things to see. But Alex, it's been a journey getting here. And not only to the sequel to fans,
I need to stream the first closer to that game's release.
Can you unpack that for us?
Yeah, I think it's been a pretty crazy half a decade for not only us, but for the entire games industry. So we
It's funny and has that WTF humor.
We made Journey to the Savage Planet. We were acquired by a large multinational. The pandemic happened. We updated the game, and on the day we shipped, that same multinational made us all redundant. So we found ourselves sitting around trying to figure out what to do. But luckily, we decided to reform. So we're a new studio, Raccoon Logic. And we've made this new game, Revenge of the Savage Planet.
Yeah, and Noémie, can you kind of talk about the world that we live in with Revenge
yes.
of the Savage Planet? Have we got the gameplay that we can push up? But
before that,
I think Alex is going to talk about
yeah, so before that.
Yeah.
So obviously some of the big changes are that we've switched to third person in this one.
They were a Google Studio. It was initially Stadia exclusive.
Everything that you see, it's filled with wonderful, wacky, weird creatures.
Oh, that would have gone down well.
4 planets now.
But the first one was first person,
so
was
there's lots
it?
more to do and lots more to see.
Yes.
Yeah.
We basically can survey, scan everything, and collect and catalog. Here, as you explore the world, you're going to discover rewards, things to collect as well. The rewards are blocked by encounters with alien creatures, as well as puzzles and navigation challenges. So lots of fun here.
Yeah.
It looks so cute. Like even the trailer, but in the trailer beforehand, it's like all the creatures. It's like adorable.
And you know it's a sequel when you're swimming.
Just it happens every single time. You've got to add water in. If you go in, no water.
Exactly.
Second time thing. But Alex, there's obviously a ton of creativity by the team to produce an incredible world. But perhaps players' take on its obstacles can be equally as creative. So in the world, like how are players going to approach the obstacles?
Okay, the game's about 7 hours
There's the
in length.
first, I'd say wait for a sale, but it's not badly priced.
You're still being blocked by different obstacles. You need to go back to your habitat and upgrade your tools to get through them. But what we wanted to do was have a Metroidvania where there's a single lock, but multiple keys. So you see different types of
It's $45 on Steam.
you need to blow up. You could do it with a grenade. You could find a creature that explodes. Anything that generates an explosion will get you through. And so hopefully, as you see in this video, there's a little bit more systemic chaos than most games of its type.
So there's lots of creative ways to kind of like solve.
Oh, it's my wish
30
list
here.
though.
I think I got it free on
Every
Epic.
time you play it as well, you're going to get those different experiences.
Oh, that's good.
Another way players can make their game their own is through customization. You know what I mean? Can you talk us through customization?
Yes, absolutely. So we've added tons of new outfits in the game. You can mix and match between the different outfits. So whether it's the helmet, the boots, or the gloves, all the outfits are
Maybe Amazon will give it away for free in their Prime giveaways.
Like Star Trek. Here we can see some of the suits here, as well as like Power Rangers. So
if you put on the red shirt, you get killed immediately in the game, but you reprint.
What have you got wrong with the red shirt?
It's just a trope. It's just a trope.
You also have a habitat where you will find all the main modules, like you see here, the PC that you will use.
The red shirt's cool.
But there's also another section that you can fully customize with lots of things. So as you explore the world, you will find Alta crate containing Alta bucks you can spend in the Alta store on furniture, accessories, and basically a lot of useless junk to really make the space your own. So I hope players have a lot of fun with that.
It's like my own flat all over
There
again.
you go.
Just lots of stuff from Gamescom will kind of like come.
Love
with
the
me,
stretch
and by the end of it,
cycle.
I'll have plushies for days. But co-op is such a big part of the game as well. Can you kind of talk us through that, Alex?
It's kind of cool having a character whose main walk is just a strut.
We've had a lot of success with it. We think it's
Not a
intimate
walk
way to play with
cycle,
your
that's
best
a
friend,
strut.
your partner, your kid, and this time we've made sure you can do it in any way you can imagine. So there's not only network co-op, but there's split screen co-op. You can play on the couch, and even cross-play, so you can play on any system with any other system.
I love playing split screen games as well. Like I grew up playing with my brother. Like every single game that we get our hands on to do split screen, that was always the way I went and played.
Perfect.
Yeah, also, it's so good you've been able to return to this franchise and bring tons to the fans. This game looks so fun, it feels like fun.
Stretch cycle indeed.
Can you tell us what you think the magic is for this game and what makes fans love it so much?
I think it's humor. You know, you see a lot of games that are very gray, very brown, very serious, and we wanted to get back to a world that was fun, that was upbeat, that was optimistic. We like the idea of exploring space because it's fun, and you're going to find something exciting. You're not going to find Matt Damon.
Tonda's cool. Check him out.
So, like, hopefully people see that the humor in this is in the gameplay as well as the script, you know? That the joke we always tell is that, you know, I can write a one-liner that's funny once, but slapping your best friend to their death off a cliff is funny forever.
Yeah, you can just kick him off in as many creative ways as possible. Like, just trying to get through that cracked wall. But also,
I would legit spend hours just kicking people off cliffs in this game.
Next year, 2025. For more info, you can go on the website, Savage Planet Game, and wishlist as well. Right now.
Please wishlist.
Yes, please do.
Yeah, and honestly, I can't wait to come and have a go with it as well. So thank you so much for joining
Have you
us
ever
as well.
played Dark Messiah of Might and Magic?
As well that you want to share with fans?
No, we just please wishlist on
No, I don't think I've played any Might and Magic games.
Honestly, thank you so much.
At least not in the last 30 years.
Some new wheels and a turn with a new story in Starfield's first ever expansion, Shattered Space. But first, check out an action
Thank you so much, Simon.
robots and the power of words. This is Dustborn.
We need to stick together. We need to be a crew. We're on the run from people with space guns built into their arms.
We had a cousin that was really into the Might and Magic games back in some of the early days of PC gaming.
Dark Messiah was Arkan's first game. They later did Dishonored.
The decisions that stick with you play out when you least expect them to. The actions that push your relationships in new directions.
I guess this explains why you're suddenly so eager to chase after the robots.
Oh, keeping secrets again, huh?
It's about making tough choices. About how to deal with the people in your crew.
Dustborn.
And pull them together to do the job.
It was a first-person Magic melee action game, and is, to this day, the premier kicking simulator.
Through Liberty, Oregon. Before
Liberty?
The orc kicking simulator.
I concur.
Think of the
Like, that is a really good way to describe a game.
as you play. Each chapter or issue starting with a new cover displaying what you're about to experience, and each of them ending with a comic splash screen. These pages present key choices made in the previous issue that could have an impact later on. Whether a dialogue line or event plays out because of a choice made by the player, an icon will appear in the top right corner of the screen, allowing you to really get a sense of what could have gone differently.
Stop it! What the hell?
I'll show a video after the show.
In the comic splash, you'll have access to more data, such as global stats about how many other players received this particular consequence, allowing you to gauge how popular this choice was. Some choices lead to crew mood change, which can have an impact on your relationship.
That's only $7.50 on Steam. Not bad.
Are you just gonna hover?
We didn't finish our chat?
No, we were finished.
I'm worried about you, and I had more to say.
I'm sure, but I was done.
Every key crew member in the story receives one of 3 endings, or codas, based on choices made and actions taken
Oh
by the
right,
player
Arx
and
Fatalis was first. Bogus was playing that recently, had a game-breaking bug, so he quit.
each character's current status. The player can at any time access the
Did he
character
play
photos
through Oxford
to see
Hollis?
which
That was an
coda is
interesting
current
game to
favorite.
watch.
The crew respects you. When you're unhappy, they feel it. I'll keep that in mind.
Whenever a dialogue choice or action affects a coda, the screen will display a coda emoji, along with an animation that tells the player how important this choice was. It'll be up to you to decide how the road trip goes and how your relationships will evolve. Will Noam break away from their on-again, off-again relationship with Pax, or embrace it? Will Theo loosen up with the crew, or favor his boss status? Will Ziggy resolve her sister issues with Pax? Discover how it all unfolds in Dustborn. Available now.
What's the name of your band?
I will probably end up playing this. I quite enjoy these like narrative games.
This looks neat.
There is a dream that haunts me.
So it's cute.
Dreadful nightmare, truly. It tears at me. The fortress of stone and valor, which I struggled to build, is now slowly crumbling into ruin.
What do we got here?
The land caught in a perpetual autumn yields to decay. A futile sacrifice remains ensnared deep within the horns of the south. A shield, now weakened and cracked by time, fails to protect my people. A profound betrayal has befallen those most loyal, yielding only despair. I am left paralyzed, powerless. Not more than a witness. My people, my legacy, everything is collapsing. They hailed me as the once and future king. Only now do I understand the horror of that title.
That trailer just had me absolutely enthralled.
It's one of my favorite massive open world space adventures, and it's just got its first ever expansion.
There's a few
coming
things.
up. Here
Ironically, I think Lonely Mountain Snow Riders may be the most interesting to me, and it's basically ski-free.
Doing fantastic. Nice to meet you, Bex.
Awesome. It's lovely to speak to you today. So let's chat opening night live.
It was definitely the cutest of all the games we've seen.
Vibey trailer about some vehicles. Could you tell us a bit more about that?
I can. So we released the Rev 8. Super excited.
But I'm still most
The
excited
team
for
is so
Stalker.
happy to have this
And Indiana Jones. Not that they've showed Indiana Jones on this channel.
game. So, we have these dynamic worlds with, dense terrain, lots of very interesting obstacles, and now those worlds are our playground to drive around on.
Heck yeah.
We have a lot of, in navigating that, we have vertical boost, forward boost, we have a weapon on there. It's a lot of different minute to minute, just fantastic gameplay opportunities for players.
Yeah, super exciting. And Vasco looked like he was having a good time as well in the back there. Love that. Now, let's talk a wee bit about the story.
They're just not borrowing proper nouns.
It's
I
very
agreed.
dark and mysterious. Could you tell me and everyone watching a little bit more about the story?
Yes, so I think there's a hopeful optimism in the giant sprawling adventure of Starfield. You go to a lot of different locations, you meet a lot of different types of people, the cast of characters there, and Shattered Space,
Vasco is the best character in Starfield, and he's a literal robot.
Distill it down and focus it into a location in the game. around
Is this update to Starfield actual DLC, or is it just
there's a moment of strength
the
that they
the
had.
buggy
We
to
get to
drive
experience that
around
with
in
them
on
now.
planets.
Yeah, they sounded a bit intriguing, shall we say, in the footage that we saw last night. So can you tell us a wee bit more about the House of Varun and kind of who will be coming across?
So I don't want to, no spoilers.
Sure.
You encounter a derelict star station, and this starts you on your adventure.
The vehicle is
to
free
Varun.
and out now.
You end up in
Beyond
the
that,
home
this
world
is an
of
expansion
Varun Kai in the
DLC.
city of Dasra. There's some. There's been
I
a
see.
It actually looks kind of cool.
You deal with the minor house.
I should actually get back into playing Starfield once I finish
the mystery of what happened.
Baldur's
and then,
Gate 3.
You know, resolve it as you do as a player.
So maybe I'll play it by 2027.
Okay, very interested to find out what that story kind of leads us on to as well. Very good. Along with that story,
I'm kind of glad that
we've
it's sort of
chatted
Mass
about,
Effect
there are
Mako.
some
Driving the
game
Mako is an
features
absolute
as well
nightmare.
as a huge new planet that we can explore. Could you tell us a bit more about those two?
So we have the city of Dasra. We focused, all of our effort has really been focused on the area around the city. So I think the beauty of it is that there's exploration, that you can find nooks and
Baldur's
crannies
Gate
that
3,
you
but your
wouldn't
party
I am
is
one
all
of the rare people
barbs.
who like the Mako, especially compared to its replacements, ye scanning planets in ME2.
Yeah, I'm so excited about it. I am.
Oh, so excited as well. I mean, even in the trailer we saw kind of
I
a
liked
very
the
summery
Mako when it was
vibe
used in
cruising
story
around on our
missions,
Rev 8
like
Have you
when
taken it
you
for a spin?
have to drive from one complex to like the underground labs in
You can take it
on the
into
ice
Varun
world.
Kai,
But just driving around planets to
and there.
find
Like, we support
random
one of the
objects,
great
I
things about
didn't
our
enjoy
games
so
is we always
much.
support any type of play style. So it's like you can play with it, you can play without it, you can take it to Varun Kai, you cannot take it there.
Sounds amazing.
But in saying that, Mass Effect is still one of my all-time favorite RPG series.
Too. Was there anything else that you wanted to chat to us about for Starfield Shattered Space coming out? Anything we can look
One day
forward
I'll
to?
be able to play in a D&D party that is a goblin boy band called Absol Goblins.
New items that sort of alter the way you might think about.
That's
Starfield.
awesome.
Amazing. Well, Tim, I cannot wait to play it as well. And everyone watching at home as well, be sure to check out Starfield Shattered Space, launching September 30th with Xbox Game Pass. Thanks again for chatting with us. Now, next up, we're exploring, scavenging, and hopefully surviving the harsh world of Atomfall. But first,
That's a someday thing. Oh, this is cute.
Shovelware Simulator? There's a game developer called Kairosoft that released these like simulator games for mobile, and they're all like just these beautiful pixel art games. And there's one which is a video game dev simulator, and it is just one of my most favorite mobile games that has just ever come out. It looks good, it plays good, it's just absolutely brilliant.
Hi there, I'm James, the designer of Let's Build a Dungeon, a game development simulator that's coming to PC and Xbox next year. We previously brought our game Let's Build a Zoo to Xbox Game Pass, so it's exciting to be back here sharing news of our next game. Today,
You buy it
we want
once
to
and
share
that's
a
it,
closer
yeah.
look at our multi-layered management sim, and also reveals
And they
some
have
brand
so
new
many
features
like
that we've never
variations
talked
of The
about
Sims.
before.
There's like a town
Let's Build a
builder,
Dungeon
or
is
you can have
designed to
your own like
simulate every aspect of running a
manga
game studio. And that starts with
studio.
designing
There's
something
like
your
run your
virtual
own
players will
spa
love.
and
You get to decide which quests to put in the world, and whether you want to
it's
focus
never
on a
ending. It's
traditional
great.
RPG built around magic and combat, or something more cozy like fishing or running monster farms. And if you want even more control, we have an exclusive new mode to share with you. Creative mode is our sandbox, but it's a sandbox quite unlike any other. Not only do you have access to literally thousands of assets, buildings, and characters, in Let's Build a Dungeon, you can also tell your own story. We are developing a series of easy-to-use tools that lets you create almost anything, from a production-level dialogue editor that lets you create branching conversations, events, and rewards, to a full AI
Okay,
editor
I
that
may
lets
or
you
may
use
not
engines
be
to attack
installing Let's
probabilities
Build
to
a
spawn
Zoo
rates or
right
weapons.
now.
We even have a tool that lets you draw your own pixel art characters, which will then automatically animate them for you. Our goal is to build a suite of tools that gives you as much control as we have when building our games. Games made by the community. will be
Speaking of,
available for
the
download,
devs of Game
along
Dev
with
Tycoon have a
subtitles made
new
by
game
developers
coming
like us
soon,
here at
Tavern
Springloaded.
Keeper, where
Adding
you
these tools
basically
felt
run a
like the
tavern
natural
in a
extension
D
of our
and
game
D-like
development
world.
simulator.
Demo was
Why
really
stop at
fun
building the
and
most
funny.
detailed game dev sim ever created, when we can add elements
Oh,
of the game
nice.
engine
I
to
did
give you a full, authentic
I did get
experience.
Knights of Pen and Paper. I have it on the
Hopefully, this
Switch,
short
and I
overview
downloaded it
has
on my
given you an
phone,
idea
but
of
the
what to
phone
expect
one
from
was
Let's
like
Build a Dungeon when it ships
buy
next year.
like heart so you can keep playing.
Also,
I just
Let's
went, no
Build a
thanks,
Zoo
I'm
is
sticking to
great.
the Switch version.
Nestled in the picturesque Lake
Rebellion.
the state-of-the-art atom plant has transformed this rugged landscape into the envy of its northern neighbors. Scientific progress waits for no one.
Wind scale. Everything changed when that bloody
Is Game Dev Tycoon the one where the devs put in a like a dead end if you pirate the game?
Temporary quarantine, they said? It's been bloody years.
They're hiding
That
something
was
from
bloody brilliant.
Sounds right.
It was a thing where if you pirated the game and started playing it, then the game you're creating becomes pirated and you don't get any money in order to continue the game. It just soft locks you.
Please be careful. It's more
Yes.
dangerous than you can possibly imagine.
Oh, it's this game. Can't think of the name. There we go.
It's mystery,
It's,
mixed with folk horror weirdness, all set in a not so idyllic post-war British countryside.
It looks very, very similar to Atomic Heart.
Really? Well, here with more on Atomfall, please welcome Creative Director for Rebellion, Ben Fisher. How you doing, pal? How you doing? Welcome to Germany.
But British.
First time here, or?
Been here for Gamescome
But British.
Yeah, but not with a game quite like this, right?
No, let's talk about that, Ben.
Well, I think Atomic Heart is
huge departure
set in
from
Russia, from
Rebellion's
memory.
most famous series, let's call it Sniper Elite. Can you tell
Correct.
us about this sudden change of pace here?
Sure. I mean, it's
I should
similar and
actually
it's
like
different
finish that game at
different
some
aspects of the
point.
game. So we always value sandbox exploration and giving the player lots of freedom in their objectives. But at the same time, this is a survival action game with some sort of RPG-ish elements. There's skills, there's crafting. The story of the game unfolds as you explore. It's kind of a mystery game, so tonally quite different to Sniper Elite.
I need a way to put Fallout London on my schedule.
Quick trailer. There's a lot going on.
That guy just explained what a video game is.
There's a lot to unpack, so maybe as we're checking out some gameplay that you brought along,
Have a good lurk,
we
Simon.
can jump into some of the influences that have made it into this title, because, like I said, it's...
Atomic Heart to me felt more like Russian Bioshock.
You've got to start off with a post-box.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where else?
I mean, it's on your T-shirt as well. It
Yeah.
must be quite a core feature of Atomfall, I assume.
It is actually.
Ah.
Russian Bioshock is a good comparison.
Explore the world of Atomfall.
Thank
you're
you.
uncovering a mystery. You're discovering what's happened in this post-apocalyptic quarantine zone in 1950s north of England. Different characters will ask you to do things for them, and they might help in return. And one of the characters that you can interact with is this mystery phone voice. You don't know who they are, you don't know what they want, and you have to choose which characters you trust and don't trust in your exploration.
Kind of like Bosley, Charlie's Angels vibes coming through the phone.
Yes, yes, exactly.
I like that. That's cool. You know, speaking about the story, and Henry, you mentioned it earlier. True story.
They just take like a normal NPC character, then just whack that god awful beat on him just to make it try and look British.
The first major nuclear disaster in the world was in Windscombe plant in Sellafield, so 1957. We wanted to use that as a jumping off point for...
Isn't that how British people are?
Owners and founders of Rebellion.
I don't know, I've never met one.
There are lots of games that are kind of like post-atom storytelling, like post-atomic disaster storytelling, but none
Look
set
like
around
normal
this first
people
disaster.
who whacked a weird beard on.
So we took that as a starting point and then thought, what's a Rebellion kind of interpretation of that kind of event? So
He put the
like I say,
beardy
we
back
value
into
that
weirdy beardy.
exploration and player freedom, and then combine that with the sort of unique Britishness, and that led to the environment that we've got in the game. So
It
it's
does kind of look like Captain Price, but
you uncover what's happened.
only if he had like
And
a
as part
boy
of the
band
process
haircut.
of building that game world, we looked back at 1950s storytelling. So references like the Quatermass series, which is one of the very earliest sci-fi serials, or like early Doctor Who, and
This
things
looks
like that,
good.
like UK TV Gold kind of cultural reference points that even if people
This is
don't
gonna be another one of those
reference
games
itself,
that's like
they know the influences
130
that came
gig
from
to
it.
install.
And at the time, there wasn't a clear distinction between like folk horror and sci-fi and those kind of stories. So it's a blend. it's a
Games are
natural
only
blend
going
in
to
the
get
storytelling
bigger.
Style of the 50s.
I love that.
Yeah, I know. I know.
The combat's pretty crunchy, right? I mean, this is, like you say, a bit of a departure from Sniper Elite, which is typically long range.
It's
but
alright,
here
I've got
we're
the
getting
space.
Right up, even the fact that it's first-person camera as well. Like, these are conscious decisions you've made. So why did it feel right for Atomfall to treat it that way?
So in the case of Sniper Elite, you are an elite trained sniper. You know, Carl Fairbairn's like a human sniper rifle, right? He knows exactly how to fire a shot, miles to take out that one guy. This is a different character in a different situation. We wanted it to be a mystery, so there are no signifiers of age, race, or gender for the player character. They're wearing gloves, so you don't know who they are. Their backstory is part of the mystery that you may or may not uncover as you explore. We wanted you to feel more like it's not so much a war zone as a pub brawl. You're desperately attempting to survive. There's not much ammo around.
That's an interesting design choice. Like your character's backstory may or may not be like discovered based on how you play the
We wanted you
game.
to be constantly, desperately mixing options and scavenging desperately for resources. So there's a real kind of tension as you play, which is very, very tonally different to Carl, who's calm and controlled and reads an entire situation before he decides what to do.
I think we can definitely get on board with the pub crawl element.
My entire playthrough is like it's a scene from Kingsman, basically, and it's gonna feel good. It's gonna feel great.
Talking about Kyle and that he's an iconic character, what about the characters in Atomfall? Our player character isn't maybe so much of the focus, but are there other people that we're going to meet that are going to be key?
Yeah, so I need to have the right answer that doesn't spoil too many things. But as you explore the game world, different characters will ask you to help uncover the mystery of what happened in the Windscale plant, and maybe ask you to do something when you get there. And if you do that for them, they might try and find you a way to escape this quarantine zone, or they promise to. So as you explore, you've got to decide who you trust and who you don't trust, whether you think they're telling the truth or trying to manipulate you, whether you believe the same things as they do. So it's all murky shades of grey. There's no good guys and bad guys, and it's all completely open to the player. So you could theoretically kill every character in the game, and there's still a way to finish the game. You could theoretically play through and kill no one, and there's other routes available to you. So we really pushed hard into giving the player lots of options and lots of rewards for observing and choosing what to do. So there's lots of tropish characters, lots of kind of characters that fit this world of being north of England, and also being 1950s, 1960s culturally.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, as a fellow Scot, Ben, really quick, are there any maybe Scottish people in there that we can look forward to meeting? I'm sorry.
Spoilers.
No Scottish people allowed in this British game.
Like 1950s sci-fi, 1950, or like old-fashioned folk horror type trope characters and Cold War scientist trope characters, and you'll meet those kinds of people as you explore through the game, and then still decide whether you trust them or not.
Okay.
So we got pub rules, we got crazy characters. They're all living in this open world that we're experiencing. Can you tell us more about that? I mean, how did you construct it? How big is it as well?
Okay, well, what Rebellion excels at is these deeply packed kind of sandbox maps. So the way that we've structured Atomfall is a series of like 5 or 6, depending on how you count, sandbox maps like the one you can see just now. And you can travel freely between them at any time. They're all thematically very, very different. And then there's loads of interiors and like large-scale story.
Like in a game like this, I'd really want London to be playable and be able to like break into Buckingham Palace and other interesting places like that.
So I've spent all day watching people play the game, and no 2 playthroughs have been the same. People can approach it all very, very differently, get different experiences. As you explore the game, you'll find leads as well. So we don't have a kind of quest system. We've got leads that you piece together clues that help you understand what's happening.
Wonder if Fallout London has that.
The sandbox of interconnected options for the player, and then we just let them go for it. They might find a difficult,
It'd be cool if it
dangerous place
does.
and die, but we sign
There's things about having leads instead of quests is interesting.
I love a puzzle. I'm buzzing.
Yeah.
We're great at solving them together, to be fair.
Well, we could work on it. I mean, you just said that there'll be leads that players can follow. So tell us a bit about how they're equipped to do so, because we just saw like literally pulling out a metal detector and taking part in that great British
At
tradition,
first, I
finding
was thinking they said leads,
whatever it
like
could be,
the
but
city.
What are the other ways we can do that?
Yeah, so you might find a lead that someone's
All roads lead to leads.
You know, a bit of storytelling around it to draw the player in and make them try to understand how it fits to the game world. But there's also characters that you might find in the world. There's friendly characters that you can barter with, and they might sell you or trade something with you which has a lead in it. Or if you get
My brain is very foggy.
give you a lead. You can also have conversations with characters, and if you choose the right choices, you might get some.
Yeah, I'm getting there too. It's 1 a.m. here. Be bedtime for me shortly.
High stakes player freedom. So you can get the conversation wrong, right? You're not working your way down a list of conversation topics until they grey out and then moving on to the next one. It works more like a real conversation. So if you judge their personality wrong and say the wrong thing, they might shut down and stop talking to you. And you've pruned a chain of leads that you might otherwise have found something interesting in the game world. So you're always having these influences and layers that you may even not notice are there.
That sounds so smart. I can't wait to dive into that as well. That's so cool. I understand there's some crafting elements in that as well, and also, you know, metal detectors, scavenging. Can you tell us what that kind of looks like in Atomfall?
Sure. So the player's desperately trying to survive and finding materials to help them survive. So even if they find a gun, there might be 3 bullets for the gun. So they can find materials.
Looks like we have another hour.
Heal or help them in combat, so Molotov cocktails and makeshift grenades and things like that. So you find yourself trapped into a corner and you can make these resources that help you survive. Like I say, we're trying to make sure that we find this sweet spot where you feel kind of
You just said human is human watching a cooking session.
Use everything that you find. We've made sure your backpack capacity is quite limited as well, so you're really pushed to make these difficult choices.
I made chili for dinner tonight, and that had 5 teaspoons of cumin or cumin in it.
You want to choose the right moment and try and take out 5 guys with a Molotov. It's all really, really high stakes, but it makes it very rewarding when you manage to.
Hey, Artyom.
It looks like our player right now is making a horrible decision by going into a restricted area. Already seen a ribcage. I mean,
Yeah, Artyom, how are ya?
This is going to go great.
Like I mentioned earlier, if you're heading into somewhere difficult or dangerous or scary, we make sure and signpost it. So, you know, if you go into a place like that and then you die, you go, oh, I should have guessed. Yeah, there was a skeleton outside.
Yeah, that one's on me.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly, yeah.
first off, we hit my follower goal.
So we'll see about that.
And in terms of the player's progression then, so you're making all these decisions, you're making friends with everybody, you're crafting your gear. What about skills, anything like that in the game?
Sure. So there's a range of skills that help reinforce the player's ability to survive in this dangerous world. So there's a chain of skills that are for melee combat, ranged combat. There's sort of durability skills that mean you can take more damage and survive in dangerous areas. And then also abilities that help your overall survival, like disarming traps and things like that. So really we wanted to keep it grounded so that there's always that sense of threat and pressure, but we wanted to give you some advantages.
We're watching gameplay of Adam ... something. We saw the announcement of this during the Game
just to help
Awards.
give you that edge over the course of the game. As you can see in this location here, they're in a kind of dark and then scary interior. So we've got the player's progression, but then there's also a kind of
And 3 hours straight of Diablo.
they're uncovering a mystery. So quite literally, they have to push deep into the world and into the underground of the world to find these dark and scary places. We try and keep it tense the entire way through the game.
I was going to say, because there is the sci-fi element, but there's a bit of horror vibes I'm getting too. Like,
It was about an hour of Diablo 4 and Immortal.
maybe on the top level, and now we've got into this bunker.
It felt like
There must
3.
be some monsters of some kind.
Only felt like an Ian.
Something scary and monstrous. And as you push into the mystery, you will find more elements influenced by what happened. But yeah, for sure. I mean, like I said earlier, the storytelling style of the 50s and 60s didn't really have a division between folk horror and sci-fi. There was like a blend for a certain kind of story that was addressing the Cold War, but in a way that wasn't too political,
We had a
I
good
guess.
bit of Stalker too. Looked good.
Folk horror stories are about the division between rural and urban civilization and how there's a tension between them, and Cold War stories are about fear of the outsiders and others.
Not
and that
wait
sort of
till
thing.
November
And
20th.
there's thematic resonances between all of these
Bring on
different
Stalker
storytelling
Day.
styles, which make it really easy for us to push into these otherworldly horror elements as you push into the mystery.
That's so sick.
Some gameplay of Revenge of the Savage Planet, the sequel to Journey of the Savage Planet.
Have you got a favorite part of the maps that you can share us with? Again, nothing. I'm really pushing it here, but any favorite place to maybe have a picnic or anything like that?
Well, actually, there is a favorite secret place which I can tell you about a little bit. So, as the player is starting the game, they're given one lead. A person tells them that
Saw more about gameplay. That was nice.
the interchange. So to begin with, you're trying to find this place, and as you make your way
The way that it,
on power,
given that it's British and all these characters are masked, it really does kind of remind me of We Happy
and it's
Few.
like an unfurling flower as you find all of these leads that are the heart of the mystery. And the more you find, the more leads there are to find. So you end up in this kind of like snowball effect.
That was an interesting game.
Oh yeah, yeah.
This is
I haven't played the start of it.
We'll take what we can get for
It
now.
left Games Pass before I really got the chance to get into it.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
It's really fun for me to see like the contrast between that dank bunker we just came out of, and then like the overworld is so lush and vibrant. And listen, I've been to the north of England. It's not always this green, so sometimes, yeah, exactly. I mean, I live in London, and it's just grey all the time. So any green I can get is good. But
It's the Lake District on a good day.
yeah, exactly. So will we see many other types of biomes or environments in the game as well?
Yeah. So one example would be there's a woodland nearby, but it has more of a kind of spooky folk horror-ish tone. As you get into it, it feels more mysterious and occult. And there's a group of kind of pagans that if you tread wrong, they'll.
Oh, they're talking ESO on the Bethesda channel now.
Or you can find a friendly character who's sort of part of that group and talk your way into their compound. So we've given you all these different options to, for whichever faction there are, ways to befriend them or get in a fight with them. Yeah,
I like
exactly.
that as well. Very good. I mean, I think we, especially at Xbox On, are super excited for Atom Fallen to check it out and maybe even come across ourselves, because Henry and I and Charlie have actually been scanned into the game, which we're very excited to maybe come across ourselves. Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
There's Henry getting his wee...
Yeah, I have to say it's maybe not the most
Very few
flattering,
people actually complete mini games.
methods of doing it, but what are you actually doing to me there? Because I just signed something and agreed to show up dressed as a big baby. And apparently that's for something, but what did you guys do? Oh, I thought so, thanks.
I like to think I'm okay when it comes to completing games, but I don't 100% them or go for like trophy hunting or anything like that. Kind of like start game, play the bits I want, get to the end of the story, done.
Of course, yeah. So we didn't bother with the wrinkles.
Oh, great.
So they're all assembled.
I
by
will say
character
for me,
artists and
streaming
rigged so
really
they can
does help
animate.
that.
And then we, in the case of Atomfall, we then put that in a sort of character builder system. That means we can put costumes on the characters. We might draw your face up a bit, 'cause,
I have an
they've been
actual
surviving
commitment.
For 5 years without washing machines and soap. And then we just find exactly the right spot for each kind of memorable face in the game.
Oh, there are plenty of games that I have started on stream and haven't finished. Metal Gear Solid 3.
That's okay. I've always wondered what I'd look like if I had a cricket bat to the face, so this is great. And you're going to be getting scanned in pretty soon.
Yeah. I can't wait. As long as you put some fake eyelashes on me as well, then make that.
I'll make a note. Yeah.
Are you in the game as well? Have you been scanned?
No, I haven't been scanned yet.
Okay.
No. You have to shave a beard off if you want to get.
You have to do that.
That was fun.
MGS3 is a very short game with 200 hours of cutscenes.
Whoops. Honestly, I cannot wait to play this game. It looks bonkers. It looks British as heck.
MGS3 wasn't that bad with the cutscenes. MGS4 had 200 hours worth of cutscenes.
And yeah,
excellent. Thank you very much.
And we are going to be.
MGS3 though is genuinely quite hard.
Some other games, but your game's coming out in 2025 on Xbox Game Pass, which is great. But next up, we're going to be throwing it back with some Age of Mythology retold. But before we do that, we do want to check out some new gameplay. It's Dragon Ball. Oh yeah,
Wooloham.
it's back. Check this out.
Alright, Sakkra, I think this is the bit where I'm about to crash. It's time for Necro to head to bed. It's 1:15 AM and I have work in under 7 hours.
Hello everyone, I'm Marco Rizzo, product manager of Dragon Ball Sparking Zero.
Aw,
Thank you for joining us
gotcha.
today
If
in
you
this
need to
exciting
go,
showcase.
I get it.
Today we will show you some new and exciting
Thank you so much for having me on though. This has been fun.
opening night live. But before that, let me give you a reminder on the 2 single-player game modes that Dragon Ball Sparking Zero has to offer.
Thank you so much. Finding someone was hard.
First up,
If you're ever stuck, feel free to hit me up.
in this single
But I'm gonna go crash.
And it's free to
Have
do
a very
something with
lovely
you.
night.
characters, including Goku and Vegeta, and enjoy
And
famous
a
battles
lovely
from the
night to, or a lovely day to chat as well. It's still morning for you, isn't it?
most iconic fights in Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball Super. The number of stages and battles vary by character.
We're here to take you down. Simple as that.
Next up is Custom Battle.
I'm going to nap after this.
Players fight in battles that each have their own original scenes. Some battles will also have different victory conditions. and
Yeah,
some might
you,
even have
you're,
event cutscenes pop
you only
up.
had a short sleep, so that sounds good.
Enjoy battles different from
And I am going to go collapse in bed. I will see you later.
as well as
Thanks
the
again.
battle and post-battle cutscenes in order to make your own original battle.
Sleep well. Catch you then.
Uploaded and viewed online for the whole world to play. So hope you enjoy sharing the battles and situations that you have created. Now, the moment you've been waiting for. Coming straight from the Majin Buu saga, Ultimate Gohan is our latest addition to the roster. After his rigorous training, he is ready to show his power in an all-out fight against Kefla
Grindo
in
is
Super Saiyan
Piccolo.
2 form.
His power is
Enjoy.
he plays a Piccolo. Or maybe he's that vegetable guy. I get confused. I know some of them are monkeys. Does anyone want to hop into voice for the last 45 minutes? Yeah. As far as I know, it may be 45 minutes of this. I had less than 4 hours of sleep. I need help.
Now there is nothing like enhancing a classic with
Open
modern
invite.
graphics and
I'm
gameplay
in the
mechanics.
Weepy
And
chatting
if that
chat
classic
for
feature
anyone.
can feature, new expansions and a remastering of the multiplayer experience, well, in my eyes, it's even better. So here from World's Edge even, to give us the latest on Age of Mythology Retold, please welcome Senior Director of Production, Ernest Yen, and Senior Game Designer, Kristen Perillo. Welcome and prostagma to you. Thank you so much. Now, Age of Mythology, there's loads going on here at Gamescom.
Yes.
In general, there's loads going on anyway. But you also had a pretty epic opening night
Age
live.
of Mythology
I want
time.
to hear all about the booth. I want to hear everything.
Great. So first, thank you, Jeff Keighley, for showing the awesome premiere trailer that we just showing in opening the live last night. And it showed the story of Athena talking to like the young hero, and in this case, like one of them is of course the key character Sakantos, and about this really, really epic like story that a lot of our fans remember really fondly. So over multiple campaigns, over 50 missions, it is epic, amazing, and of course the trailer also show off like the new graphics we have in the game, looking really pretty. It is just like really cool to see.
I feel you. I have a window unit for my room and multiple fans.
Civilization is within myth. We have our Greeks, we have Egyptians, Norse, and Atlantean. They all have their own gods, their lore, the way that they play. There's just so much diversity within the gameplay. It's been really exciting.
And talking about the booth, yes, we are here, so like people can actually come.
You're just
and
over the back, over there. You're like tucked away over that
right
way.
there.
If anyone's planning on coming tomorrow, just over there.
And if you come, you can get like these awesome lightning bolts, like, and also take pictures. So it's like really, really cool. And by the way, this is not the only thing that we have here. So on top of Age of Mythology Retold, we also recently announced Age of Empires Mobile. And then, like, if you come by the booth, you can
Those
get
lightning
awesome,
bolts should be in a collector's box.
So highly
I want
recommend
one.
it.
First in the queue to get one of those as soon as possible.
It's so cool. And the game is actually, we just announced that it's going to be available globally on October 17th. So it's a very different, very new experience that we're expanding Age of Empires to the mobile audience. So it's a game built with the awesome Team Studio Group, and they have crafted something that's amazing for the mobile gamers.
Oh, how exciting.
So-
I can't wait to see it. Amazing. Right, so I know you have more news to come as we're talking here today, but the first thing I want to talk about is that this is more of it's more than a remastering, but it's different to a sequel, right? So I don't know, what do the name of gods does Retold actually mean?
Right. So for a few years now, our fans know we have been building these things called like definitive editions. And there's one key goal that we have, which is we want to build the title that's in your head, right? Not because when you actually think about the games that you grew up with and play, like you remember fondly, and so like, it's amazing,
yes,
right?
Yeah.
So, but when you actually try to play the original for real and look at it and say like, that's not what I remember like at all. So we want to build the one that's actually in your head and how it looks like, how it feels like. So that's the goal. So. And yeah, really want to thank the fans for supporting us for so long, for all the different editions. But for Retold, Age of Mythology Retold, we are going beyond what we have done in developed editions. So on top of all the graphics and all the gameplay from the original, we actually tweaked it and added a bunch of like new things to it as well. And it is just amazing. So
yeah, I mean, from the design side, from the get-go, we really asked ourselves, how can we maximize our mythology?
September is going to be so busy for me. Does this count as retro?
Our approachability features like our VPS we brought in from other titles. We've got a more favor-based economy, so you can build more monsters, and our population cap is much higher now. So not only can you build more monsters, you can just build more of everything.
You add me in more monsters, I'll stop you there. It feels like a love letter, really.
Okay, good.
So far you're bringing back, and I love the idea of taking out what you see in your head and then making that version of the game. I think it's absolutely wonderful. So you mentioned a little bit about god powers, actually. I heard we have our very own gods wandering around at Gamescom, by the way, while we're on the subject.
Yes, we have invited them to the booth. So you also can actually see them. We have Athena and Zeus here in our booth. So come by, see them. Like, you can see them on screen like that.
Zeus is loose. Goodness me, where did you find that?
They are amazing. That is so cool.
Oh my goodness me.
Please come by. It takes a lot of work for us to invite them to the booth. So
a lot of convincing.
A lot of convincing.
Beautiful. Awesome. Okay, back to the game now. Sorry, tangents. So seeing the gameplay that we just saw just then, it's really clear that the team has been hard at work on the visuals. I think you both mentioned it already. So what can we expect? What exactly does that mean?
So for graphics, we actually have redone every single graphics that you actually see in the game. So like every single 3D asset, every single animations, like effects, all of them are completely rebuilt. So just for this game. And it's amazing. The team did really, really good work. But we want to make sure that you also keep the flavor of the original.
That was a new one.
Again, we want to build a game that people remember. So it's really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a labor of love. I will say that much. So we've gone asset by asset. And we've just made overall improvements. We wanted everything to look and feel mythical. And so we have, our destruction effects. We support ray tracing. But like Ernest had said earlier, sometimes when we've gone back and look at these assets in 2024, we realized that we had an image in our head that was very different than blurry pixels.
Ray tracing, yes.
And so we had a lot of philosophical discussions because, the dev team were all major fans of the original. So, I mean, Arcantus was a big one. Where we
That's
were like,
going to look amazing.
Would he have a dimple? Or would his chin be more square? Would he have?
I want to be in those meetings, please.
They have been really fun. It's part Rorschach test looking at some of the assets, and then it's like labor of love, and it all comes together to make that game that we remember loving and playing.
Amazing. So if I've got everything right here, so Age of Mythology Retold as complete visual overhaul, updated god powers, and larger-than-life myth units. Now, small enough to keep me interested, but is there anything else that you have to share?
Yes, definitely want to say that, remind people, one of the coolest things that we have done for here is that we are releasing on PC and Xbox with crossplay, like at the same time. We have never done that with any Age games, so it is the first time we're releasing on multiple platforms at the same time. So really, really happy to be able to bring the game to not only to the keyboard and mouse player, but to controllerless players as well. Because the game people really remember, beloved it. We want everybody to be able to play together.
And you've had some fantastic versions on the console recently, so those players want to absolutely join you. Now, you also have some other really exciting things to tell us today. I know I'm really gripped for this, but what can you tell us about the Freya Gods Pack?
Oh, I am so excited to be able to talk about this.
Here we go.
So the Freya God Pack really is kind of like a new DLC type for us. And what we really wanted to do was offer the players a new strategy.
They are shipping on
Which
Xbox.
is, a beloved civilization from the legacy game that can sometimes be very offensive in the way that it plays. And so with our Freyr God Pack, we wanted to offer a defensive skew to it. So with the Freyr God Pack, players will be getting 4 new god types featuring Freyr, who is the god of fertility and kingship. And then 3 minor gods, as well as all the things that they come with, like their myth units and their god powers.
Wow. Oh my goodness me. That's insane. name, by the way, 4 new gods. Amazing. Are you able to talk us through each one? Can we do that?
Yes.
Oh, amazing. Excellent.
So we have Uller, who is the god of archery, and his myth unit is a Draugr, which you may see in the film here. The Draugr is an awesome myth unit. He's an undead archer, and his arrows can pierce multiple targets, whatever is in his line of sight. We have Aegir, who is the god of storms, and his god power, he has a horrifying hailstorm that will slow everybody
Halo
down,
Wars
and it's very
and many of the other
he
Age
is
games
one
were
of the best myth units, which is a rock giant, and if you upgrade him, he can eat buildings, and he will.
God, I love this game.
And our Mythic Age god is Vidar, who is the god of vengeance, very appropriate for the Mythic Age. And so his god power, he calls upon Fenrir, which is a mythological wolf. And Fenrir is interesting. He has a path of destruction. He'll light forests on fire, and the wolf comes up in a very scary, ghostly manner. And then his myth unit is actually my personal favorite. Another famous character from mythology, Fafnir, who is a very greedy dragon. Everywhere he goes, he leaves like a trail of poison.
Love it.
And if you slay Fafnir on the battlefield, he actually melts into a pile of gold coins. So it's been very fun to make.
I really
and very
love
fun to
how
play.
much you've fleshed out each of those. Like, yeah, that one's going to eat buildings, isn't he? Love
Yes.
it. So good. Wonderful.
It's amazing. Just want to do a quick reminder that Freya is going to be part of the premium edition of the game. So if you want Freya and all both the major and minor gods, so definitely get the premium edition. And by the way, if you get the premium edition of the game, you also will be able to access the game earlier. So like the game is coming out September 4th, but like if you have the premium edition, you can start playing on August 28th, 7 days
Sounds like
early.
a good deal to me. Love it.
Yes.
Awesome. So as well as choosing your god and battling across this frozen north, what other new content can we expect from the Freya Gods pack?
Yes, so with the Freyr God Pack, there's also a new playable level called Reagan Leaf Rally, and I won't spoil it. It's very fun. You'll get the chance to play all of the fun new myth units and god powers and techs I just mentioned. And really the best part of this level is that it does feature one of our villains from the Legacy campaign, Gargarensis, who is just a peach. And it's a great experience.
I'm stuck on Peach there. I can't wait to unpack this expansion.
Most importantly, this team has done it well several times.
One more time, so everyone's got them written on the calendar at home.
Yep, September 4th is when the game is coming out. So, but I do want to be clear that the way that we like to build our games, September 4th is really just the beginning. So we will continue to support the game. We'll continue to do updates, balance, listen to consumer feedback. And honestly, our players are amazing. They give us really good feedback, and then we can continue to improve the game.
Yeah.
So.
And part of that is, we have 2 new Pantheons coming with playable civilizations. And then we also have a new game mode, Arena of the Gods, which we're excited to talk about soon.
Ooh, how exciting. Well, thank you both so much for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to make sure I get the pop socket. I'm going to make sure I get whatever these things you're wearing. I'm going to hunt you down. I'm going to get them. So thank you so much for stopping by. There are loads more Age of Mythology stuff going on for all types of gamers. But first things first, as Erson said, if you haven't already, make sure you pre-order Age of Mythology Retold Premium Edition to get the Freya Gods pack, 7 days early access, and so much more. You can play early from August 28th, and that is only 1 week from today. And that, my friends, is a wrap on day 1 from the Xbox Gamescom booth here in Germany. Join us tomorrow for Star Wars Outlaws, the latest chapter from Fallout 76 Milepost Zero, and then we'll dive into the most ambitious story arc that World of Warcraft has ever seen. And there's probably going to be so much more too. So until tomorrow, have a great day. Auf Wiedersehen.
We are not doing more of these this week. Oh, ended sooner than I thought. Sure, we can do that. The mountain game looked a lot of fun, especially multiplayer.
Oh my word, what a shot! That's right now to the king. Refusing to lose. Been floored by the headshot.
Welcome to the gameplay commentary of our new game, Lonely Mountain Snowriders, which is the spiritual successor to Lonely Mountains Downhill. It's a skiing game in which players need to find their own way down the mountains in a wild and beautiful mountainscape. Our most important new features are
Good luck
a
in
real-time online multiplayer in which up to 8 players can play cooperatively or in a competition, as well as a new trick system that allows you to pull off awesome-looking flips, spins, grabs, or super cool combinations of them all. We focused a lot of the development time on the controls and to make the feeling of carving down the slopes as smooth and fun as possible.
This looks like a great game for our group.
You need to gain the maximum momentum to do the longest jumps and use the best shortcuts. On top of that, you can also do tricks, ride backwards, or cross rivers and icy lakes. The game features 4 different game modes. The online multiplayer racing mode is all about crossing the finish line first, while in the team mode, you to get together to ramp up the highest score and beat all the challenges. You can also pick each other up after a crash and place checkpoints as a group.
This is simple. It looks so fun. Call back to Ski Free.
In the solo mode, you have to beat challenges
And can bump
to
each
walk through
other.
mountains and trails. You can also try to reach the top of the leaderboards or beat your own ghosts. Here to players of our previous game. And last but not least, there's the new Zen mode. Here, you can ride all freely explore the mountains to find secret spots or just enjoy the beautiful landscape. Whether you're playing multi or single player, profile, unlock new ski types and trick poses, and a large variety of customization.
Civ 7 is my game of show, but I'm biased.
Oh my word, what a shot! That's right now to the king. Refusing to lose. Been
Another Starship Troopers game. Looks good.
You never forget your first drop.
Reinforcements inbound. Hang tight, demons.
From the moment those doors open up, everything changes.
Let's go, troopers! Move up!
And let me tell you, when it hits the fan,
Buds incoming!
it ain't the Federation you're thinking of. It's those who stand together.
Extraction inbound.
Those who fall. And those who stay behind. So we can fight another day.
Get to the dropship, troopers!
Objectively, and not my thing, would be the Avalon game. I'll pull that up.
This is why we fight.
You know what to do. Extraction complete. Third wave ready, Command.
There is a dream that haunts me. A most dreadful nightmare, truly. It tears at me. The fortress of stone and valor, which I struggled to build, is now slowly crumbling into ruin. The land, caught in a perpetual autumn, yields to decay. A futile sacrifice remains ensnared deep within the horns of the South. A shield, now weakened and cracked by time, fails to protect my people. A profound betrayal has befallen those most loyal, yielding only despair. I am left paralyzed, powerless. Not more than a witness. My people, my legacy.
LOL, yay.
Everything is collapsing. They hailed me as the once and future king. Only now do I understand the horror of that title.
A Tomfall, that was the name of the game we were watching before. A Tomfall, that was the name of the game. We were big excited for Stalker 2, of course. We'll skip that as Artyom avoiding it. I noticed a trailer that wasn't in the presentation, and that I'm excited for. Wild Bastards. I love Void Bastards, and this is the follow-up.
This is Wild Bastards, the next roguelike strategy FPS from the team here at Blue Manchu. Each of our 13 outlaws feature unique weapons and abilities that can all be improved through the use of permanent mods we call aces. Aces can be found as you explore planets, so collect them, return to your ship, and level up your outlaws.
You goddamn son of a...
There are 3 types of aces. Charged aces that apply a specific bonus when your outlaw is rested or charged. Core aces that unlock specific traits for your character. The majority of aces you discover let you choose one of 3 special traits to level up your outlaw. So you might be able to leap onto roofs with Roswell.
Now, where were we?
Let's take a look at Preach. So starting at level 2, we have 1 ace, Faith. This takes our armor to 0 but increases health by 80. This is Preach at level 2. Her Gatling gun's got a slow spin up time and there's a bit of spread on her fire, so you really have to concentrate on enemies to be effective. But let's see what happens when we level her up. First choice I'm going to make is Healer. So Preach is going to recover 100 health, and she's also going to give her partner 100 health after a showdown. Next, Brimstone looks great with its burning damage. Sharding, so that now she gets explosive damage as well on each of her bullets. Powered Gatling to reduce that spin up time we looked at earlier. And lastly, just to focus on the damage, I'm going to go with Shooter Plus to give me 40 extra ammo. Let's take her for a spin. The combination of explosive rounds, burning, faster spin up, more ammo means that I can easily handle any of these enemies. Now that we've looked at aces, which are how you permanently level up your outlaw, they will also work in combination with mods which you collect and use per sector. In this case, I've given Preach some homing bullets and a jetpack.
Close enough.
My soul is armored in righteousness. These boys is just dressing up.
Damn if I can't look away. I'm getting my boots on.
How much of your humanity are you willing to give to see tyranny fall?
We are Smoke Jaguar.
Well, I have things to say about MechWarrior 5. This looks so good, and you play the worst of the bad guys.
They shall tremble before our might.
This is the clan way.
Incoming missile. New
justice comes. We were made for this.
This one looked cool from yesterday.
I've been here before. In the fold.
I'll do that next.
Countless times. Who I was. Who I might become. All possible futures existing in motion. It is time to awaken.
But look a little closer and you'll find the meaning is still there without the light. I'll stand to the black hole on my own, and I start to see the wrong masters rise. And I
And it is my duty, my journey, to step into the unknown.
It does look cool. First, I'm going to disappoint you. VTMB2 has been delayed again. Later, Tonda.
Hi everyone, I'm Alex Skidmore, Creative Director of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 at the Chinese Room. Today we would like to update you on the progress of making Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 and give you some insights into the process of making the game. As you can see from our dev diaries in spring, we've been focusing on the gameplay of the clans, making sure each feels unique. We've also been iterating on the narrative so that you feel like the star of the story and can really enjoy the politics of being a member of part of Seattle's court. In our June dev diaries, the team showed some of the things they've been working on, showcasing some of the creepier environments and also a sneak peek of Seattle. Right now, I'm focusing on reviewing the quests as we get them to final, as well as the gameplay between the quests when you're exploring Seattle. The game overall is in a late production phase where we're mainly focused on iterating and polishing, making sure everything looks good.
Went from 2024 to first half of 2025 at the moment.
Good evening, I'm Matthias Lilja, Deputy CEO of Paradox Interactive. Earlier this year, Paradox reaffirmed
Till
its
next
commitments
delay.
to delivering quality games. That's especially true for Bloodlines 2. It's an important game to Paradox Interactive and to World of Darkness. This means we have to deliver a high-quality product. We have learned a lot during the past year, and that is why we're putting our words into action. Jointly with Chinese Room, we have decided to extend development. This decision gives Chinese Room extra time to spend on the game to deliver the best Bloodlines 2 they can. The game is in a good place right now, and Paradox and Chinese Room have decided to prioritize polish over release date.
Our team at the Chinese Room will make the most of the time to polish and ensure quality, while several of the team members will be ready earlier, allowing them to work on things we might not have had time for, but are really passionate about. For example, we can now add
No,
more
that was
endings to the game,
cancelled when they restarted
allowing it to be a
development.
more
Art
personal
y'all?
story. The additional time also allows us to address feedback from our playtests in our user research
Night
lab,
Ravana.
and also to address the feedback we've been getting from all of you in response to our dev diaries and videos.
We remain committed to delivering an exciting game to vampire fans old and new. This commitment is reflected in the history of this development. The game is scheduled for release the first half of 2025. World of Darkness and Chinese Room will continue to engage with fans of Bloodlines 2, listening to feedback, sharing updates, and showcasing the games in various forms.
We'll go into everything from our vampire take on Seattle, social feeding, the different factions in the city, and the different characters you will meet on your journey through the game. Until then, thank you and good night.
Greetings! Do you find yourself in a time of suffering and lag? I do possess potions, buffs, and gear galore, but it seems to me extreme is what you really need. With 1 gig speeds and gloriously low ping, why yes, you shall best every beast in PvP, lead the raid.
Bloodlines 1 is so good. It's had a rough life though. It uses the SAM engine as HL2, was released on the same day as HL2, and was far buggier.
What if I told you there was a connection between ancient cultures around the world? A great circle. Does it exist? Is it the key to some lost power? That's up to you to uncover. I'm Troy Baker, and I play Indy. It's humbling playing a character that so many people, myself included, look up to. As a kid, seeing Indiana Jones in the theater for the first time was a defining moment for me. And I never would have guessed that all these years later, I would be the one wearing the hat. But here I am. It's been a dream come true. A dream that I cannot wait for you to live for yourselves. The beauty of a first-person game like this is that we all get to feel what it's like to become Indy. You are the one who cracks the whip, who feels the weight of every punch and the thrill of finding every clue. Indy is such a unique character. A professor, an archaeologist, a brawler, an explorer, the quintessential all-around adventurer. And this game has everything you'd expect from an Indiana Jones adventure. Mysterious artifacts, cunning villains, ancient discoveries, hard-hitting action. It's a world of constant danger where you've got to think on your feet to stay alive. The Great Circle spans the entire globe, from snake-filled jungle temples to scorpion-riddled desert tombs. Stunning open areas to explore freely, full of secrets for you to discover. And you'll get more than just the classic whip and revolver. Indy's journal and his camera will immerse you in the mystery, providing extra info on all of your finds so you can appreciate all of the little historical details he obsesses over. And those details are your key to solving the ancient puzzles that hold the secrets you're after. But game like this is that we all get to feel what it's like to become Indy. You are the one who cracks the whip, who feels the weight of every punch and the thrill of finding every clue. Indy is such a unique character.
Rewound. I think
Professor,
enough.
An archaeologist, a brawler, an explorer, the quintessential all-around adventurer. And this game has everything you'd expect from an Indiana Jones adventure. Mysterious artifacts, cunning villains, ancient discoveries, hard-hitting action. It's a world of constant danger where you've got to think on your feet to stay alive. The Great Circle spans the entire globe, from snake-filled jungle temples to scorpion-riddled desert tombs. Stunning open areas to explore freely, full of secrets for you to discover. And you'll get more than just the classic whip and revolver. Indy's journal and his camera will immerse you in the mystery, providing extra info on all of your finds so you can appreciate all of the little historical details he obsesses over. And those details are your key to solving the ancient puzzles that hold the secrets you're after. But ancient secrets don't come easy. It's best to have an exit strategy. This is an incredible new way to experience Indiana Jones, and I can't wait for you to play it. Hold on to your hat.
New BG, any, let me ask the Magic 8 Ball. It says ... note. I really doubt that game we saw all those years ago exists at this point.
Don't forget to subscribe!
The first sequel trailer is almost old enough to vote.
nifty one.
I want this game.
Don't forget to.
Artyom, have you played any of the new Delta Force?
The conflict between the Alsara Guard and Havoc threatens the balance of the world. The Alsara Guard is a tempest of disorder, sowing chaos wherever it roams. But we are honed to strike at their very core. Havoc has cutting-edge technology, but is built on exploitation and suffering. United, we will plunge into the chaos to find a spark of peace. We are GTI. No one gets left behind.
I think I'm gonna wrap here. Take a nap. I'll be back tomorrow with Myth, the usual 10 a.m. Eastern, as a sort of makeup for taking today. Pull up for the raid. Pick whom you like.
Retro games ignite the fire. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, see Sakkra spirit feeling free. Saturday morning tunes, chilling with the moon. Pink scales glitter bright, groove along all night. Sakkra streams the days away, retro lounge in a disco way. Feel the beat and sway, join us in the Twitch array. Chat lights up the screen, chill in the retro scene. Spread the love with style, stay a while, stay a while. Colorful pixels blaze, Twitch chat in a daze. Every move she makes, her lucky spirit wakes. Sakkra streams the days away, retro love in a disco way. Feel the beat and sway, join us in the Twitch array.
Alright, thank you all for being here. Thanks for the subs, and especially the love and support. You are all awesome. Let's go raid Tonda.